this. Like, this looks a little different, but I got the normal startup that I usually do. Alright, well, welcome to part 2, everyone watching. It should be back to normal now, but we won the first round against green-white depths. So, yeah, let's just hope my Streamlabs application doesn't, like, randomly screw me over later. That was weird. Just, whatever. It's over. Man, I can interact with my chat now. Phyrexian Crusader, that sucks. I took it you lost Onion Lotus against Delver. I'm 1-0. Army of Thalia. It claimed I was 4-1, but that was a lie. Streamlabs is untrustworthy today. Also, like, Cox Cable Internet sucks Cox, so they might have had something to do with it as well. The disgusting thieves. Yeah, they're pretty money hungry. I'm about the least supportive of them, though, as you can get as a person that's also playing Magic. Like, the Eternal community, we don't really contribute much to Wizards, to Hasbro's profit. Just playing all our old cards. But yeah, I think everything at the stream is good now. And yeah, green-white depths. Felt like we had a good matchup. And we did. $93 players. God, that's like... Alright, I'm glad the thing is solved. But yeah, it's the... I like would have rather lost than had to deal with that bullshit. Yeah, so what's up, everyone? Happy Father's Day. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. Try and provide some legacy entertainment. We almost top-8'd yesterday. Archon stopped that, though. His monkey. I feel like Archon and his monkey is just like... He definitely has the best hits against me of Ravagan from the Legacy Council. But, yeah, congrats to Archon if he's watching. Playing some Spice and taking it down yesterday. Man, there's another cool list as well. That Black-White Bomberman list, I thought it was pretty cool. It's actually considering just playing that myself. Yeah, same list today as the last two challenges. Nothing really to note there. Yeah, I'll be back to take care of some household chores while we're waiting. So people keep asking me to brew a list with Urza Saga. I don't think it fits in post. But this deck is like a good example of a deck that like just like utilizes it properly, in my opinion. This top 4'd yesterday, I think. Maybe the top 8'd. But yeah, it's basically a Bomberman, black-white Bomberman version. And you can, it's nice though, it gets you like LED, it gets you your Ballista as part of the combo, but it also contributes to like the creature plan, the backup plan, if you will. Plus it's just a black-white deck. I think it's pretty sweet. I think it's pretty... And the Kitesail Freebooter too. It's pretty spicy. If I was like a stupid player, I would point out that Plague Engineer costs 3, and it doesn't work with Garuda. But you could just like not reveal this if you're bringing in the Plague Engineers. This is true. I think you can still search for it. Maybe you can't, but you can put it in the graveyard for the salvagers to go retrieve then later. But somebody could correct me if I'm wrong about that. Yeah, what's the Urza Saga exact text? I know it's like as a mana value of 0 or 1, I think, is the condition. But I don't believe you can search up like an artifact land. Yeah, I was actually thinking that myself, if like we did run it in the post. Yeah, it was Kanakin's list. He's a Bomberman expert. Just like, this kind of deck is just like so to the point as far as like using its Urza Saga. And I feel like the card plays like much better with soul lands than it would like locust lands. Just start pumping out like construct tokens the second turn if you're like only on like a soul land plus Saga. I know they like their signets too. They had like the blue-white one. Remember running that some time back? It's considering that in like a blue-green post, but I feel like it definitely fits better in this kind of a shell. Just like play this turn 1 off the soul land. Whereas it's kind of clunky, like alongside Cloudposts. Alright, who's the one matchup that's taking forever? Uh-oh, 97 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a warning. Pretty hot. Alright, round 2 at last. I have gotten the turn 1 kill one time with Cloudpost. And it was glorious. Nah, it was... Nobody would ever guess this, and it's just kind of BS. But it was at one of those, like, trials before a GP, where you had to, like, win 4 rounds, and you get a bye if you do. And it went to time, and part of the sudden death rules for that is, like, the first life total change. If you lose life first, you lose, and if you gain life first, you win. So I just mulled down to, like, a Glimmerpost, and won off of, like, a turn 1 Glimmerpost. Which is pretty BS, but I'd rather be on, like, the winning side of that. So yeah, turn 1 win is possible. They could have easily won turn 2, though, as well. Play Mother Runes turn 1 and then swords their own Mother. Or I guess attack me with Mother Runes too, but... That was the one for the bye, too. I think it was GP Richmond. I was playing a shitty blue... No, that was my bug days. A bug show and tell post list. Yeah, exactly. Obviously the game is not supposed to have that kind of a rules interaction. But I guess I can't let those things just play on forever. Gotta keep it moving. Fish Duggery. I know the name. Don't remember what they play. Probably Delver. When it's like when in doubt about somebody's deck archetype, it's usually just Delver. Got our newly organized win percentage spreadsheet here. Yeah, I'll take my chances with this. Be a little dependent on Once Upon a Time finding the lands we need, but it has stuff we can use, cards we can play. It's another green white depths. Could be Maverick. Yeah, Karakas. Yeah, let's take that. Thespian Sage also is not bad. Just to threaten to make a 2020 off theirs. But they might still just be like Maverick even, so in which case I'd rather have Karakas anyway. I believe this is from... I know it's from a Portal 3 Kingdoms set originally. But yeah, this online one is Masters Edition 3. Yeah, I got this forest purposely, just because like that's the version, the non-foil version I own in real life. It's a good sign. Yeah, this is probably most likely Maverick. Plus they know about the Karakas in hand, so it's not like it has any like surprise value really. Okay, Vesuva, Glimmerpost, all 5 cards could be taken. Let's just yeah, let's play to the best possible situation. See if we find Cloudpost, and then we have our follow-up Cloudpost in the Vesuva. Ooh. No, let's still try for the Cloudpost. We're so close. No. Well, at this point, it could just go deeper into Reclaimers. Like with 2 of them, I could... Yeah, I have plenty of land. Let's go with Reclaimers. And just devote this cavern to elves. As long as like one of these can survive long enough to search up, then I can get my Cloudpost that way. Hope this isn't Knight of the Reliquary. Yeah, I suppose it could be like a green sun for Knight also. Yeah, but even if it is, then I think these 2 Reclaimers should play decently against it. Right, this isn't as bad. That's good too. Kind of feel like just taking my chances of dodging one more Wasteland, and then we prime time next turn. Yeah, let's try that. And I'll play the Vesuva out. It's a little aggressive doing this, but I feel like they probably would have wasted by now. Or played it out. I have no idea. Just taking the chance here. High risk, high reward. Ah, oh, man. So close. I just want to get rid of the steps now, honestly. I could just play the stage and then the Reclaimer will just be on defense. Yeah, that's better. It's the safer way, I think. I mean, they can grist away my Reclaimer and then play Wasteland after, potentially, but... Just mostly I hope there's no Wasteland this turn. That's the only thing. Guess I can just... Yeah, Yavimaya would probably be better here as well. I'll save this map to go get Eye. Must protect the Eye at all costs. It's so precious. And Endurance is probably worth having against Maverick. If anything, just to like... Simply because it's just better than anything, than some of the things we do have main deck. Definitely Depths is coming out. If they were like the Green-White Depths list, which is conspicuously very similar to Maverick, I'd probably bring a couple Force of Vigors in. Just answer like Mox Diamonds and just better targets against that deck. But I think against Maverick it's better to just have some graveyard hate.
Hi, Verizon.
Now, why would we want Urza Saga? I don't think it's good in this deck. I could be wrong about it, but... I think people want to just try and squeeze new cards that don't belong in certain lists. There's a Saga in this deck is one example. Yeah, let's try this. I like how the multiple Reclaimers worked last time. Wasteland. It's the last thing you want to see off that. I wonder what they thought sees here. I'd like if they took the Excavator. I don't think they will. I think if they had like another creature removal spell, they would maybe like snap Thoughtseize Reclaimer, I think. So maybe this hesitation. They could also just be like double queuing too, so. I'm tempted to go search up Tabernacle here. We'll keep our basic around so we don't, or just to eat the Wasteland more than anything. And it buys us a turn at least and gets the Wasteland out of the way. Yeah, I think that's worth it. I mean, they still have 2 net mana after this, so. Just mostly given that we know about the Wasteland. And you get a little punished here by getting that Tabernacle. But I think we can pressure this board at this point. Let's just see how it plays out. I think we lose this, but... Collector Roof, probably. They know about the map. Yeah. I kind of miss Walking Ballista in these matchups with Mana Dorks. I mean, I know that was like the most out of place card in the list before this like current one, their endurance, but also surgical, like the two previous cards that I was running in here before. Both of them are actually like pretty valuable against Maverick. I'll keep this. I'll have to draw into something along the way with this hand, but I like everything here. Prismatic ending, probably. Opponent's always one step ahead. Just living under prayer for this one. That's all I can do. Like, that Cloudpost is probably the best possible draw at that moment, at least. I still don't feel good about it, though. Come on, no night. No night for as long as possible, please. Alright. Yeah. The second Knight of the Reliquary deck so far today. How can that find us? I mean, I'm definitely gonna fire it off, for sure. Probably just lay a second Cloudpost here and then hope we draw into like prime time next turn. I think that's better than trying to go with Reclaimer at this point. Just try and stay ahead in this race. Maybe we draw like a Pithing Needle as well next turn. I feel like they're gonna get a Wasteland here. Whoa, Wasteland. No way. Who was it mentioning? Somebody was mentioning the other day the show and tell artifact, whatever it is. Wouldn't be bad actually right now. Tap that one. Yeah, Quicksilver Amulet, thank you. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Things are looking grim for this one, but I feel like we made the right decisions. The opponent just pulled it out better. Yeah, Maverick's always been a difficult one. It is true, they could get Karakas. Yeah, I wasn't serious about Quicksilver Amulet. Just the thought, though. But yeah, this deck... Anytime Knight of the Reliquary is like suppressed in a metagame, it's always good for our deck. And bad when this is like popular. This is game 3. Yeah, this is like one of the matchups for Endurance is kind of not really what I want. I mean, if we did Endurance, like, put the Wastelands back in deck, kind of the opposite of what I'd want to do. You can sometimes beat them if you just can start quickly and just like lay a needle down to establish yourself a bit. Just like play Cloudpost out quickly into a quick prime time. But yeah, their hate was good. Prismatic Ending lined up well with what we would normally do. Imagine, yeah, there's still one Wasteland left. They 100% have another Wasteland. But we're probably just dead now. Man, that was my one chance. I was thinking, like, maybe if they play their Yavimaya out, this would be our 6th primetime mana. No, we don't even have that. 16. Go to 1 life. We were so close still. Oh well. That's the way it goes. Welcome everybody to the stream. 1-1. It's okay. Hope you're all having a good Father's Day. Yeah, I almost made top 8 yesterday. Lost the win and into Archon. Hey, Masker Reaper, thanks for following. Yeah, he had a spicy list, and he won the whole thing yesterday too, which is awesome. I wasn't sure what we were up against, but yeah, I feel like today and yesterday I've been playing it fine. Sometimes the matchups and the cards don't line up well, so I don't feel too bad about it. But yeah. Yeah, not much else to say. I'm glad the stream issues that I was having the first round are better now. We just lost to Maverick, round 2. I was gonna ask something on stream to chat. I forget what I was gonna say though. I have basically put together decks just to loan out to people for our like local Arizona series. And I was thinking of having like Bant Miracles and Delver just to loan out to people. So let me find the list here. Would you say that the stock Delver list is the one with like the 4 Ravagans? Yeah. I think I was just gonna focus on lists that like I would like. No more Delvers. I want to try and get them involved though, Matt. So I got to give them like good decks, make them want to play. Depths, I was thinking that too would be a good one to have around. Here, why is this not importing? Yeah, I already have some combo decks. I have Black Red Reanimator and Urza Echoes. I was thinking of just some like stock ones as well. Just like kind of the top tier ones. Yeah, why does it not import this? Desktop. There's the Delver. Yeah, Rainbow Depths is kind of more typical now. And this looks like it looks really ugly, but there's basically 4 Ravagans, 4 iterations. You know, like my 4 ofs. Figured like that's probably how I would play the deck, how I'd build it if I was gonna run it. But yeah, I don't know like what the stock version would be considered. And then the Miracles one is just the one that won the challenge last weekend, the Ozymandias list, which I liked just because it had like the full set of prismatic endings between the main deck and sideboard, as well as like 3 force negation, 7 forces, man. Oh yeah, what's more noob? Those both seem kind of difficult. I think Doomsday is pretty tough for a new person. The little intricacies of like fighting through hate and everything. But yeah, I think Depths is a deck that I would play for sure. And maybe I wouldn't say any deck is ever easy, but probably pretty fun to like start playing though. Green white is more complex. Maybe. Tin Fins. Yeah, I imagine if somebody's playing Legacy, they probably are like aware of like the general strategies. They don't usually run Tabernacle, the green-white lists. Usually like a Glacial Chasm and the sideboard, I've seen. Yeah, I know like Reanimator, we got Eddie locally into the deck, and then he eventually bought his own. I think this is a great like intro deck. Urza Echoes. It's just cool. I think people would like to play it. It's my list. But yeah, I think this and the Delver one I have here are pretty stock at least. The Delver with cards in it. Yeah, this I think that was more for like the Oko era. And I was just running these in the flex spots last time I played this deck. But yeah, you can definitely put the Tendrils and Children, give it the Tin Fins aspect. Yeah, this is like not an ideal reanimator list by any means. Just the thing I was trying last. But yeah, I figure you probably can't go wrong with Delver. And people claim it's easy, so maybe it'd be a good like intro deck to have around. Shallow Grave. That's the deciding factor of Tin Fins. Yeah, this is just flat out Reanimator. Just borrowing a small element from Tin Fins, I guess. Technically. I like the tech, but yeah, I would never consider this Tin Fins. Actually, you mentioned Tin Fins and Doomsday, and you could actually play the list that like transforms between the two. If you wanted both of them in a single deck. I wouldn't say that's very noob friendly, but it's pretty sweet though. Man, band control is so like solid. If people really hate Delver, just play this deck. I know the sideboard had like 2 more of these in the board. Yeah. All the problem 1-drops are answered by 1-drop answers. Aw, cat on the keyboard. They like to get in like weird places. Oh, nice, Jim. Is it, how'd you do the last round? So you're up a game. Banticles. Is that just like Bant Miracles, I'm assuming? I just like kind of group those 2 decks together for lack of anything better to... They appear like the same basic deck to me. Or at least for like the purposes of like my spreadsheet here. Food Chain or Allurin. Yeah, you're always on like some pretty spicy combo. I would say Food Chain's probably the better of those 2. I don't know, like this is a really small sample size here for those 2 decks, but that's basically the what I'd say. I definitely like the Food Chain matchup more. Oh, good games, Fish Duggery. No, I didn't think you were slow playing at all. But yeah, you played that well. And you had like all the right answers at the right times. I was saying like you're like 1 step ahead. Like my map, you had an ending for it. And the Thoughtseize. But yeah, Maverick's just rough for me. And yeah, when I see a Wasteland off of Once Upon a Time, it's like here, this is like what you have to deal with immediately. But yeah, good luck, Fish Duggery. Good games. Yeah, I wouldn't know this really the matchups between Allurin and Food Chain. Allurin always felt more like you were forced to play jankier cards, in my view. And Food Chain is just more of a smooth deck, I guess, if you will. Like, you can always just go, like, the beatdown route with the Griffins, even if you aren't, like, comboing them. But I guess, like, Uro does, like, wonders for Allurin, though, too. So, Basically, I'm like the wrong person to ask about that. Fruit chain. Oh yeah, you're right. There's Zero in food chain. Like I would personally play food chain with those two. Would you play if you played food chain, Matt? Would you play the one with Hydroid Crisis? I have seen that out of the deck sometimes. Those cast triggers, even if they counter it, you still just get to draw your deck. Yeah, we did not speak of that, Brew Onion Lotus. It's not worthy of even being on my sometimes jank stream. Oh, nice. Did you like Gamers Guild, Matt? I was pretty impressed with the store. It scared you like the one time it almost worked. Yeah, that makes sense. You can Plague Engineer. Alurin is, I guess they would probably name just the Cavern Harpy bird. Is that what Cavern Harpy is? This would have worked if we mixed our two messages together. A beast? Oh shit. Yeah, Harpy Beast. Well, that's good to know if I am ever playing Plague Engineer. I think I would have just assumed it was a bird. I didn't know that Harpy was like an actual type. Theros. That makes sense. Arcbound Ravager is also a beast. It's kind of a surprising one. Goblins. How's the Goblins matchup for lands? Like, it would seem difficult thinking about it, but it might not actually be. Yeah, I kind of wish it was a construct. Search it up with your, what's the guy? It's not even really like a legacy playable card, the thing that searches for constructs. Oh, nice. Yeah, Scrapyard Recombiner, thanks. Yeah, that's always like relieving with Jim when you can like avoid having to play like a last round when you know you're going to be pressured for time. That's how I was yesterday, one of these rounds. I was like waiting for the challenge round to start. And I knew if I lost the game that I was currently playing, then it was going to be a really long, time constraining round in the challenge. But it just won the game I was currently playing then. I remember I saw there was like a vintage Ravager workshop deck that was playing those. I don't think it was very typical, but yeah, it was definitely playing like a construct tribal kind of theme. Nice. Yeah, I was enjoying Vintage for the little bit I was playing of it. I was going to stream more of it, but Then they banned Oko, and Legacy became enjoyable again. I just kind of stopped thinking about Vintage at all. I'll probably go back to it though. I was enjoying this, it was like this Golos Dark Depths deck. Just traded the cards for other Legacy ones. Like combo shops, they would call it often. I feel like it like matched like my land playing skill set. I enjoyed it. It's just like a series of important land drops and the sequencing with like super explosive starts sometimes. And I liked how like Workshop was just like a supplement, like a tool to like help the more like mainstream Dark Depths plan, rather than being like the main central card of the deck. It more just like contributed to the whole Depths plan. Yeah, I played some of the aggro shops ones as well. I probably would play like a Workshop deck in Vintage, and most times I would like stream it. But yeah, this is definitely like my favorite Workshop deck that I tried. Oh, so instead of Key, you have this Mirage Mirror. This is basically like your Vampire Hex Mage part of the combo with Depths. But you can also copy the Time Vault. And as long as you have the 2 colorless mana, and then both of these in play, then you get like infinite turns. So it's essentially like a Vault Key combo. An alternate win condition. Yeah, that's the rest of it here. And then, yeah, Jake like was mainly the architect of this like particular list. He took out like, we left 1 Helm in. I know like the other list runs like the Leylines main, and I think like 3 Helm of Obedience. And he was thinking of cutting the 1 Helm for a while though. I feel like Helm's just too clunky for the most part if you don't already have your Leyline. It's kind of like useless without Leyline at all. And so he decided to like replace them with Stone Coils, just give you like an alternate way of like beating down and like taking advantage of your fast mana in the deck. Yeah, I liked it a ton. It's a fun deck to play. I imagine like regular Depths and Legacy is kind of like this, but like every little like micro decision counts. Like when you play spells, mixed in with your lands and all. Yeah. Oh yeah, and just Leylines in general in Vintage are a big deal to have. Dredge. It's just like a problem that they have to be able to answer before they can do anything. What else was there? Yeah, there was like Renin 6 was pretty big when I was playing. At the time I was playing Vintage. So this kind of helped with that as well. These archive traps are basically for lack of having anything else against like Doomsday decks. And more Grave Hate. And then usually like the difficult blue fair matchups, you'd bring in this package stuff. But yeah, they were always like the blue-green piles were always like difficult. Oh, thanks, Elmuche. Appreciate it. Yeah, we narrowly missed top 8 yesterday too. Yeah, it's been a good last couple weeks for this deck, the Legacy deck. Good meta for the deck, gotta say. Yeah. Yeah, Force of Vigor is so big in Vintage. And like Dredge gets to have like all the free pitch spells too. The Forces, Force of Will Negation, Force of Vigor, and sometimes they would even run like Unmask and the black ones too. Yeah, Vintage Dredge. I'm not really a Dredge person myself, but if I was going to play a Dredge deck in one of the formats, I think the Vintage one is just so like weird and unusual. Like, you have to mull down to your Bazaar, but you get all the free spells, and Yeah, I'm in awe of that deck. Not gonna lie. Nice. And yeah, the Force of Vigors are pretty necessary, I would think. If not even just for like hate like ley lines, just to fuck with workshop decks. Or any deck that's running like Moxen or Lotus, which is pretty much every deck. That makes sense. Yeah, I would definitely run the full set. Grave Troll is, isn't that restricted in Vintage? I feel like it is, but I might be wrong. Yeah, exactly, Hero Wizard. From what I've seen of the Modern Dredge, like that one seems like the most like typical, like regular Magic deck of the Dredge ones. And just like the further you go back in the different Eternal formats, the more obscure and weird it gets. Like it seemed like the Modern one would like grind out somewhat like typical games. Actually like play lands. But yeah, like Vintage Dredge is like something in its own category. And they have a really good variance reducing card now besides just Serum Powder in Once Upon a Time. I think some of the lists would run it, maybe not all of them. But yeah, I would probably play this if I was going to play Dredge and Vintage. Do you know, Jim, if like, is Dredge the reason why a lot of those decks run like 2 Tabernacles in the sideboard? Like I see like every control list, it's like 2 Tabernacles out the board. Yeah, that sucks then. Maybe it's like a metagame thing, or just if people aren't prepared for it, you could just dominate a tournament with it. But if people are planning for it, it's just going to be miserable. They thought I was crazy for running 2 Tabernacles in Legacy. It's been done before, though. Yeah, it's... I feel like, yeah, I remember seeing a ton of Tabernacles the last time I was looking at Vintage lists. Oh, a fucking land, like, ruins my whole creature plan. And I bet you, if money was not an issue, you probably would see, like, multiple Tabernacles in lists, like, even in Legacy. I think just being a land, it's, like, valid at, like, answering that kind of stuff. Just nobody is gonna, like, purchase multiple Tabernacles. Oh yeah, the Vintage Dredge is like super dangerous when it does work. And it's able to like fight out of like hate better now too. Just with like Force of Vigor and those things. That's true, Jidheim. Maybe it's... Yeah. But maybe people build on Modo like thinking potentially if they could run it in real life. But then maybe like not any other decks would even like want this card. Yeah, maybe it is just more of a Vintage exclusive thing. I don't really know. Like Miracle, Bant Miracles. I guess they wouldn't really have a need for this card if they already have like sweepers elsewhere in the deck. Like, I would like to build decks just knowing I could potentially play it in paper later. But that might just be me. Obviously, like, Vintage. Vintage is only going to be, like, online at this point. Yeah, me too. Dude, it's Corey. Yeah, I remember yeah, sometimes they run the full set of Force of Vigor main deck. I remember comparing lists. And don't they sometimes run like Wastelands and like a Strip Mine out the board too? Probably it's like their Tabernacle answer. Petrified Field to get it back. Yeah, what a funky deck. Kind of want to look up lists of that now. See where vintage dredge deck lists are at these days. Yeah, it's like you have to win through Icarids at that point. And pull something. And Creeping Chills. Yeah, here we see a top 4 dredge list from a vintage challenge sometime recently. Yeah, I think I remember seeing Creeping Chill being like a pretty typical thing the last time I was looking at these lists. Yeah, Great Troll was restricted. That's kind of surprising to me. Like, is the 6 card that gets dredged really that much better for this list? Even when you have, like, dredge 5 cards? I wouldn't think it would make that big of a difference, but it obviously was enough to make them restrict Grave Troll. I just like I wouldn't think that in the format as powerful as Vintage that one extra dredge would be worthy of getting on the restricted list. Oh, Grief. That's cool. Nice. Yeah, if this is like your kind of deck for Vintage, it seems worthy of a good deck to try and master. Oh, Death Shadow. Yeah, let's see what that is. Sedgemoor Witch. Plus you get all the great black and blue cards in Vintage. That's the only downside that I have about playing workshop decks. You miss out on stuff like Demonic Tutor and Recall. Like some of the blue-black lists, like Storm and everything, it's like you just get to play the restricted list. Which is like pretty representative of the Vintage format as a whole. Like the best cards ever in Magic. Yeah, but Workshop is like stupid busted too, so power level wise, it's up there. 3, yeah, I saw that. 3 Deathrites. Yeah, I know Deathrite gets played in Vintage, but yeah, I have no idea about this list. Poor Deathrite. Kicked out of Legacy. Just a 1-mana creature. Bizarre aggro. This is basically like the Hogak deck, the Madness one. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this is like really similar to the Dread Shell. Serum Powder, Bizarre. That's true. 1-mana Planeswalkers. Especially with like so much graveyard involvement in Vintage. I was okay with Deathrite. I didn't mind it too much. I would accept a trade like Deathrite being legal if top could be legal as well. I'd be fine with that. Master of Death. And this is kind of like giving me an itch to play Vintage. At least like one like tournament maybe. Exactly, Ilmuche. A million Miracles players and one really happy Cloudpost player. Yeah, another, they have an extra set of squeeze. It's kind of cool that these just like fuel the bazaars. Just find like whatever else you need. In Modern. Hello, why is this round taking forever? I feel like it should never get to an hour. In Modern, I mean, couldn't play Cloudpost, unfortunately. If they had like no banless Modern, I'd take my chance with like Cloudpost if that came up. Probably have like top, Once Upon a Time. I've seen like Moto mess up at this stuff in the past, where it just would go on for like hours before anybody fixed it. But yeah, I have no idea why it goes like that. It's Moto. Nobody questions these things. SCG at one of their bigger events did like a no ban list Modern tournament. And I remember like 3/4 of all the decks that placed for the Eldrazi Stompy deck. So I feel like that format is pretty much like solved for the most part. I would still try a Cloudpost deck though if that came up. Moto took the Sunday off. Yeah, you wouldn't have Chasm, but I think you could probably make it work. You could have like Through the Breach as like your show and tell for prime times. I think that's what the list that was playing it back in the day. It was like a green-red Through the Breach primetime deck before they banned Cloudpost. I think I'm not dreaming that. I think that was the thing that actually happened. Maybe, but like, don't underestimate 8 Soul and Eldrazi Stompy. Yeah, I don't think a Cloudpost list in that kind of potential format could compete with Eldrazi, most likely. Oh, thank you, Lava Frog. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the support. It's been a good couple weeks. Thanks everybody for watching as well. I'm glad you just get to see the Cloudpost deck. In this day and age where any random person like myself can just broadcast and try and entertain, the least I can do is like show you what I've been doing in like Magic for the last like decade almost. Not that I like try to do like other formats really. I just like I like to just try and like master my craft, like do my one thing as good as I can. Never attempted to be like a well-rounded Magic player. That's true, Hogak might like compete with it. Hogak's like busted everywhere it shows up, like other formats. And I think like Hogak came after the that tournament I was talking about happened. I think it would be an Eldrazi versus Hogak tournament if they ever did that again. Oh, hold up a second, Ro Wizard. Legacy Tron. Let's not get it confused here. I think it's easier to say that Tron is the modern post. That's what they shall say now. I'm skeptical that this is like going to continue, honestly. I think something is messed up at this point. Somebody tweet the Magic Online account, and then maybe we can continue this stream in like 5 hours or so. I think the Cloudpost deck in Legacy, it just like attacks the format. It approaches the format in a different way than any other deck can. And it just hasn't been played by many people, so it's just not like well known at all. But I do think it could have its like own special place in a metagame. And some metagames it'll like thrive if like it always does well if like a control deck like Miracles is popular, or Snowco and like Oko is around. And like nobody else played it, so it was so fringe. But like, yeah, I just got to feast at like certain times. And I think it'll continue to do that. It'll just fluctuate with like how the metagame is doing it at any given time. Yeah, like currently it's with Bant Miracles being as popular as it is. I think that's part of the reason why I've had some success these last couple weeks. And I'm glad this thing continued. I don't know what happened with that. Yeah, that was something they could like eventually reach. The repeated Venters. Also like, yeah, it's, I think the Cloudpost matchup against Miracles in the control decks is kind of overstated. Like, you definitely have to fight against Miracles and Snowco. Like, they were never easy matchups, in my opinion. Miracles, if they got the countertop lock early enough, was pretty disruptive and hard to get out of. And Snowco was just always grindy. Yeah, exactly, Jim. I think it's, like, healthy for the meta if stuff is just, like, fluctuating. Stuff is good and bad at any given time, but it changes. One consistent thing is that I will most likely be playing Cloudpost no matter what. Good days or bad days. Yeah, even like the style of Delver deck, I feel like everybody loops Delver into like one umbrella type of deck. But some Delvers seem like way more easy than others. More difficult, I guess I should say, these days. Shh, don't mention Mentor. It's like their best win con against us. I think that card did push Sensei's Divining Top over the top. It did the card in. Yeah, good luck, Jim. Let's try and pull ourselves out of this 1-1 bracket. What if I kept this no-lander? Exactly, Oliver Frog. It's part of who I am now. If I remember correctly, Bob Spread plays colorless 12 posts sometimes. And I would be willing to keep this hand if that's the case. I'm going to take my chances with this. Like, even if they're not on that, I can just try and trade these Cloudposts, these Crop Rots, make Force into Cloudposts, and just try and ramp. And if they are Cloudposts, then it's nice having Eldrazi here. But yeah, like I said earlier, appreciate everybody watching. I'm curious, I'm always I'm always interested in hearing feedback, constructive criticism, if there's anything you'd like to see on the stream, or anything done differently. If you want to see, like, Cloudpost brews, I'm down to do that. I feel like people are generally more interested in like just the most competitive list possible. You always mention the forehead. Yeah. Just trying to think how I want to sequence this. I guess there's no reason to crop rot now. I could... maybe I should just start throwing off these crop rots. Play Cloudpost next turn. Or play Forest next turn if I get Cloudpost now. And then if they like Chalice next turn... Yeah, let's get a Cloudpost out now. Let's see how this goes. Now if they Wasteland, I can use this other one to protect. And then if they Chalice, I can also fire it off and get another Cloudpost out of it. I haven't messed around with the Urza Saga list yet. I'm pretty skeptical. This thought not. Smash back to reality. I think we take our 10. Yeah, I think I need to see another draw before I decide the next play. It's not bad. I mean, it still doesn't get us to Emrakul mana next turn, even if we do survive this. But I could... Like, if I have to get Glacial Chasm, I'd like to play this Glimmerpost out right now. Maybe I can just play Rec Sage, chump the Mimic. Yeah, I think I'd probably just take a chance with that. I'm kind of bottlenecked with green mana, so I should probably just try and focus on using the green mana every turn. Oh, what's up, Aaron Relentless? Sometimes if a challenge is like just going, like if I go 0-2, I'll just like cut the stream short really quickly. Alright, so punished there. But generally when I produce content, when I stream, I like to just try and get like a lot of content out all at once. Yeah, this went about as badly as I could have hoped for. And obviously I just don't want that to happen. But yeah, I try and put my effort into this. My heart out and my brain. Like when I do choose to stream, I like to try and make it a long stream and get as much gameplay and content out as I can. Like today I'm feeling like pretty motivated. Even if like this goes really poorly, could probably play like a league or two. Just kind of enjoying the deck, especially with like the current metagame. Might as well at least enjoy that part of it. But we're still in this challenge right now, so... Yeah, it's not over yet. It's difficult, but it's not over. So against Eldrazi Stompy, I just generally bring Force of Vigor for Chalice, and then Tabernacle is good against him. Force only hits, pretty much only hits Chalice, but it's still worth it. Mostly to unlock crop rotations. It's Bojuka Bog, yeah. Actually might be worthwhile to bring the Endurances in here too. Yeah, I definitely think we should bring them in as like blockers. What am I cutting then? Maybe I can go down on Pithing Needles. Just Wasteland protection, really. I don't know, I haven't played against Eldrazi Stompy since Endurance came out. Maybe it's not worth it. I thought Not's just out of reach of it. I mean, I like to keep all of them in against, like, any matchup where I'm planning to win via ramping. I like to have the whole set of them. And you can also, like, lose one of them to like, Thought Knot. I kind of like having the extra threats to just have ready to go if the game plan is, like, working according to plan. Yeah, let's try... Alright, let's just keep the one main deck Endurance. If I need, like, one blocker to search up. Because otherwise, I don't think they're coming down in time in most cases anyway. Nah, this is... Yeah, we need something with more potential than what this hand offers. This hand's bad. This one has a depths combo, so I'm going to take my chances with that. Maybe just put Force Crop Rot back and go with what else we have here. Stage Needle, name Wasteland. If they have a super fast start, I can Chasm, and then maybe go somewhere from there. Yeah, let's do that. And usually when I mull this far down in hand size, like, you have to send Force of Vigors back. It's too intensive on my cards in hand. Yeah, we're all in on this Merit Lage. Please don't find, your one Karakas, or two maybe. Or kill me before turn 4. It's bad for us. It's fast. Damn it. Well, if we draw our Yavimaya, we can make it next turn. Dot, not Seer. Always the turn 2 Thought Knot. Nothing is more certain in life than a turn 2 Thought Knot against Eldrazi. Always have it. It's definitely good. Is that what I want to do now? Take 6 this turn. Hey, Jace Shadow, thank you for following. Like, this doesn't advance my game plan at all. But it stops, like, other things from hitting the board for the most part. Like, if they play a Reality Smasher next turn, we're just about dead, and then we can't even win the turn after that without playing Chasm. Yeah, this Tabernacle doesn't really do anything, though. I don't know, I feel like we want to just Tabernacle here. And then Chasm the turn after if our draw is bad the next time. Yeah, that's what my gut tells me. No promises, but I think it's worthwhile to just keep the board at, like, where it's at right now. At the cost of, like, 6 life, and to take another draw. And I'll probably likely play the Chasm out and just get rid of the Tabernacle. Oh shit, and Moon Stompy. Getting stomped as well. And the Eldrazi variant. These are Eldrazi temples. Oh, is the video quality, like, shitty? Or, like, can you usually not read the cards properly on my stream? I can try and, like, fix that later, but not going for stage or depths. Like, say, I was worried about if they played a Reality Smasher. We go to 2, and then next turn, even like a 20/20 doesn't really save us at that point. Okay, what if I play stage here, we go to 4, and then if I draw an untapped source and they don't play anything else, then Depths does kill me, or I can kill with Depths. So I think like now is a fine time to go for the stage. Yeah. And if we don't draw an untapped source this next turn, we'll play Chasm out. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, if something like is glitchy or like technically wrong, please let me know. Yes, okay. What if they were like sandbagging a Karakas this whole time? Okay, we have to dodge. Oh, this is pretty good. Tell them Tony actually went for the depths for once. God, please don't have your Karakas. If there ever was a time for it. Yes. Let's do this now, I guess. No reason not to. The main problem is if I fuck up, which I will not at this point. Told you to distrust me. That was a mold of 5 as well. Thank you for following, Demas. Appreciate it. A mold to 6. These crockpots are basically dead. Also, this Emrakul, so I think this is probably a easy mole. But it's just that we can potentially Reclaimer through Chalice if we want to. But yeah, then we just, if it gets dismembered or answered, then we're really fucked. I think we mold this. Yeah, this is more robust of a plan for sure. I think we just pitch the Force of Vigor here, since this plays around Chalice fine. A Nut Hand. Oh, first you have to like be in a matchup where you can actually live long enough to play your game. But I love the hands where it's just like Forest, Pithing Needle turn 1, and then like Cloudpost, Cloudpost. Just an easy ramping plan right off the bat. Dude, it's Corey. Thank you for following as well. Appreciate it. That's a good draw. Probably take the stage here. It's going to be a Cloudpost later. Or even the win condition. If we find the depths again. Alright, I think I'm going to take the stage, play Forest, and then pass. And then given what's in my hand, given that I can't answer Wasteland currently, probably search for a Reclaimer turn 2. Yeah, let's do that. Haven't decided what the second land drop is going to be yet. Maybe Glimmerpost, since that's the one we're most okay with getting wastelanded, I feel like. It's not bad. Like I'd say the Cavern in most cases is the worst land at this point. But if things do go right with this Reclaimer, I'd like to have the Cavern around as in order to sequence the prime time correctly. Actually, maybe can we even get this out turn 4? I feel like we can't anyway. So maybe it is just worth... Yeah, I don't think this prime time's coming down turn 4 exactly. Even if we don't get wastelanded and Reclaimer lives. So... yeah, let's just play that out. I also like being able to potentially... I forgot what I was going to say. Like I said, just trust me. Yeah, if everything goes right at this point, we don't get wastelanded, Reclaimer lives, and then we draw another green source, then we'll be good to play prime time. All that stuff has to happen, though. Okay, so it didn't. Not to my prime time. Interesting. They took the excavator. Okay. Hope they don't play Reality Smasher here. Reality Smasher Wasteland would be the nightmare. I guess we could still live through that, even. Hopefully I can just trade this Cavern for a Cloudpost, and then if we draw a green source, or even like a green sun next turn, we can get a prime time. Oh, not 5 mana. Fuck. They did play their land already. So if we get Chasm, that's safe here. I think I will do that. I don't want to take 14 damage. We'll keep the Cloudpost around. It's tempting, but we want to wait at least like one more turn on that. And this way, even if they draw a Wasteland, I can search up Vesuva in response to it. Endbringer. I bet it's Endbringer. Ballista. It's going to be a problem. It's a 3 power one, though. I can make this Reclaimer a 3/4. So hopefully they go for this. Man, so what if they have Wasteland right here? That gets them out of this, I think. They ping my Reclaimer. The second time, I have to activate it in response. And then they play their Wasteland after that. Yeah, I'm not going to lose Chasm at the moment. I'm going to cycle Cloudpost, though, just to make this thing bigger. Wait, one more thing. Do I want to get something different than Cloudpost? If I get Yavimaya... I think I want to play Tabernacle next turn, is the thing. Yeah, let's get Cloudpost here. Let's plan to get Yavimaya this next go around with Reclaimer. And then we can play Prime Time off that. Okay, that's good. That's a good draw. Let's just say Wasteland with this. That's the ultimate problem, like long term. And this Tabernacle will help tax the Ballista as well. But mostly I want to ensure that the Chasm gets to stick around. Yeah, Tabernacle is definitely the land we want to play here. Don't tell them, but this does 0 damage. Okay, whatever. No, Tabernacle's effectively... Like, once we do get rid of the Chasm, I will have to somewhat worry about the Ballista. But for the moment, like, they pinged me for 2, for no reason, really. But... yeah, this Tabernacle will tax him right here, though, at the very least. And then let's plan to get Yavimaya off Tabernacle. Play whatever land. We don't even need to play another land after that to cast Prime Time. This also helps take them off of another Thought Knot as well, which would be like their answer to the Prime Time in hand. Oh yeah, I know, Corey. Don't worry. We're almost to victory, I think, though. Trying to get to the win at this point. Please no Thought Knot, please no Thought Knot. Alright. I'll go to 4. See, I think I want Cloudpost here, and play Glimmerpost. Now, I guess if I play the Glimmerpost now, I can also then Reclaimer away the Chasm after the next end step. It's probably worth doing. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get Cloudpost Eye. Yeah, next turn we're going to be at our 20 mana then. Seal the deal. Even if they like answer this Reclaimer right here, I'll probably just trade the Yavimaya then for a Cloudpost. And then just get rid of the Chasm on upkeep. Yeah, these little Eldrazi, they're no match for the big Eldrazi. This is fine. Man, that was a good display of the power of the lands in this deck. Tabernacle, Yavimaya, Chasm. You thought I was dead, don't lie. Told you to trust me. It's a difficult matchup too. It's a good one to win. Yeah, I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. We've had the 3 Wasteland decks every round. Yes. Dodging the Wasteland, like, those first few turns, that was, like, the risky part. Like, when if we went to that Pithing Needle, that was when I felt pretty secure. Yeah. Wait, Lava Frog, you have to refresh my memory, but what kind of Wasteland deck are you usually on? I'm very bad with, like, names and associating decks with people. Are you one of the repeat offenders with Wasteland, with, like, Loam, with Excavator, or just, like, the one-time Wastelanders, like Delver? At least they're not a combo monster. Those are the true enemies. But yeah. Alright. Let's not start a league match at the moment. It's not enough time. Oh, is it gonna... Yeah, since we've been talking about other formats today, I kind of want to ask some questions. I know there's some, like, modern players here and watching. Oh, your local lands? Wait, who are you, Lava Frog? I'm sure you've Wastelanded me a bunch. Are you the one that was, like, surprised the time I was playing, like, 4 Surgicals out the board? That might be it. So, modern. If I'm playing a modern event, I don't want to have to think at all, or, like, practice the format whatsoever, so I would probably just play Tron. Do you think Urza Saga is the way to go with Tron? Or is this card, like, just most definitely going to get banned in Modern, and I just shouldn't deal with this? Tron is dead? They always say that about it, though, and it never does die. I would still just play it for the hell of it. Yes, play Saga. Yeah, this is the list you sent me, Jim. Oh, thank you, Singer Mo. Appreciate the follow. But it probably will get banned though, right? Yeah, look at this nice clean list. There's this list, and I think this is kind of like an oddity. This other one, it's a non-Saga list. Or was it? I don't know what's up with this particular list. Mox Tantalite. I don't know. I like their deck building structure, but if I didn't want to play Karn Great Creator or play Urza, I kind of like this list. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ilmuche. From what I hear about Modern, considering like Lantern is good and also Amulet Titan, which is already really good, gets a really powerful land. Yeah, I was confused about this Tantalite. Like, you have potentially 8 mana on your Tron turn. Like, why are all these, like, walking ballistas? Oh, and All-Is Dust. I would not play All-Is Dust over Oblivion Stone in my limited Modern experience. Wait, really? Prowess? I think, compared to Tron, though, it can't be any easier than Tron. Like, this is, like, not playing in, like, any, like, local tournaments either, even. Like, just showing up to a GP and not have playing Modern for, like, multiple years. I don't even care if I, like, do bad. I just like the salt that people have against Tron. I'd like be a decent person, but I don't know, it just cracks me up how much people hate this deck. But what about this list? Like, what is about if you, like, took out the Tantalites, replace the All-Is Dust with Oblivion Stones? I feel like these ballistas should probably just be Worm Coils, too. Because Worm Coil is, like, a decent, like, first payoff from Tron in, like, the non-card liberated matchups, I remember. Yeah, I'm confused about this list. I also haven't seen Ghost Quarter recently. I actually own Tron in paper. It's all, the Tron lands are nice white border 9th edition lands. And to match them, I made the Forest 9th edition as well. Some of you may hate me for after learning this, but it's okay. Gotta stay true to the Tron of Legacy. And also, I think, like, there's no way this deck will, like, ever be completely dead. Like, you won't always face... I don't even know, like, what the hate card against Tron is these days. But it's not like every deck will be playing whatever that is. Mismatch Chronicles. Ugh. E-Tron. That's the shittier Tron, though, right? The colorless one. I feel like it doesn't induce the same hatred of, like, an opening, like, oh, Urza's Mind, Chromatic Sphere. Like, this one just cheeses more wins, I feel like. Void Mirror, yeah. I was thinking Void Mirror probably is pretty crippling when it lands against this deck. Like, if you don't already have a Chromatic card out, or a Forest in hand, you might be screwed. Yeah, there's the Mirror, and then there's like the Sinkhole double black card, but I don't know if that would get played in Modern at all. Like, I don't even know if Void Mirror gets played in that format. I definitely wasn't worried about it for Cloudpost. People were, like, kind of fretting about it. And, like, nah. Like, people won't play that against us. The new Dragon. Murktide, I'm guessing you're referring to. I don't know, this looks like... I love this, like, just the way it's built. You just have, like, 7 naturalized effects. So when you really want that, you just throw all that in. I would just, like, change some of the choices, but, like, keep this kind of the same, like, the structure. Before I started streaming this morning, I was watching Jeff Hoogland was playing Modern, and he was playing Tron, and like one round, am I still alive by the way? It says I have 0 viewers. I think I'm still alive though, so whatever. Yeah, his opponent played a Blood Moon. He played an Oblivion Stone out, but then he didn't end up cracking the stone. He just played his own like Worm Coils and Thragtusk into it. That was like one of the matchups. And then like also against like humans, they were assembling like an army. And like he just didn't play any spells until like the 4th turn, and he just played an Ugin and won easily. It's like, oh yeah, that's like the salt that you would get. The salty plays that Tron gives people. Yeah, it's... Don't hate me, but I kind of like Tron. I don't love Tron, but I like it. Deck is a well-oiled machine, I gotta say. For how dumb it is, it like does its thing very consistently. Yeah, it's just always there to cause problems. I just don't understand the hatred for it. It just seems so irrational. Like, I know you can't interact with, like, parts of this deck, but, like, there's a lot of decks in Modern you can't interact with. Like, what's so specific about Tron that makes it so hated? Yeah, I don't know. Do not understand people in Magic sometimes. Yeah, Judd players. Easy, yeah. Yeah, Legacy players are so much more chill and, like, mature. Like, people never get salty when they lose to Cloudpost. But Tron is just, like, I can sense their anger, their hatred. Like, at least this deck, you have to, like, work for it. Yeah, this deck is not Tron at all, by the way. And even if Tron is, like, bad, if, like, they end up having a Modern GP that's, like, driving distance from Phoenix, probably just bring Tron to it. Mostly just to hang out, play Legacy side events. Yeah, let's just... This is, like, the list that was just showing. Let me make my changes. If I were to play this deck today... I put him in the sideboard, yeah. This is probably incorrect, but whatever. It's Tron. They usually don't run 3 Ugins. There's usually only like 2 Ulamogs, 2 Ugins. Maybe Thragtusk is pretty necessary too. Could do like 2 Ballistas, and then just put a set of Thragtusk in the board. Is that too many? Yeah, let's just do that. Back last year when I had my really hot streak with the post deck, I had like way more qualifier points than there were like legacy events to play them in, to use them. And so I figured like, oh, okay, I don't want to let them go to waste, so I'll just play in like some other format one. And so I like entered a Modern one, borrowed the Tron cards from a friend, and then I played it on stream, but I just like was half paying attention to it, mostly focusing on Legacy. And yeah, whenever I like kept a hand with Tron, the chat would like easily tell me quickly like keep or mole, and I kind of like that interaction because most of you watching probably understand Tron and Modern way better than I do. So yeah, I would not be against playing this like one random time on stream. How many of you would unfollow me if I played one stream of Tron in like a showcase? I think I might actually be over the QPs. Oh, you would sub? Alright, I'll probably do it. Yeah, I know the basics of it. Just the gray area hands where it's like tough to decide. Yeah, I actually have a decent amount of points this time around too, so maybe this will be sometime in the next couple months. I'll do my one Tron stream. Hope you guys stick around. And then if we just do horribly, then we just play Legacy afterwards. It won't even be that big of a deal. But yeah, Legacy, I'm like the teacher, and it's nice to sometimes just, I guess, be clueless and let chat help me out a ton. Donation deck lists? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could, if I did incorporate donated deck lists somehow. Viewers choose like the Cloudpost list they want me to play. I don't know. I would lose you, Coop player, but I would get a sub from typical Chaz. Yeah, just don't hate your Tron opponent in Modern. They might be good people. They're just playing what the format gives them. Alright, let's put on our thinking caps, everybody. On the play. 2 prime times kinda sucks. But I do like this hand if you find a forest. I'm gonna try it. It's a little risky. Like, honestly, I'd be down to play non-Cloudpost decks. I just don't think people want to watch that. But I do play other decks in Magic. Just, this is kind of my thing for, at least for, like, streaming. Oh, man, no forest. Alright, let's just try and ramp and just hope we dodge dodge Wasteland, excuse me. There's also that vintage deck I was talking about earlier too. Maybe just do that with extra points. The monkey. Alright, it's Delver. The moment of truth now. Can we beat the Boogeyman? Even after getting hit by a monkey. Yeah, they always have it. Everything they need. Fucking Delver. Pithing Needle. As much as everybody hates Ravagan, I feel like the gameplay must be pretty interesting with it. Like, you run into different, like, lines of play. Every different deck you play against. I think it's kind of cool in that sense. Like, Archon is the most devastating monkey hits against me. He took my Rec Sage and used it to kill my carpet one time. And I haven't had this happen yet, but hopefully they never find like a crop rotation off it and then go get a Wasteland. Definitely thought about that though. This is a bad spot. I would have taken the hit from the monkey. I mostly just didn't want the Wasteland to happen. Monkey grabbing Jit. Oh, shit. What list for you on Singer? Yeah, map or crop rotation would be a good find by them. Cephaloid breakfast. God. There has to be some like legendary Ravagin hits out there in Legacy. I'm not afraid to admit some blowouts that happen against me. Yeah, this is definitely the most immediately problematic threat on a Delver. Like, if I can stabilize, then it's really just Murktide that's a problem, but this gets out of hand, though. In exactly like this kind of spot. Probably name map with this. Maybe Reclaimer. Well, at least I'll get to try out the endurance game plan, see if it works here. Thespian stage. Alright, I'm gonna take my chances with that. Yeah, that's true. Probably, I would have named map. And they always can answer Reclaimer. Now I use my green source on elves. Oh, that's probably why they didn't name map. So if they took another one, they could use it to go get Wasteland. That's wise. Ilmuche basically just hardly ever go for depths, like ever, if possible. It's usually like a last-ditch effort, like a Hail Mary play, or just if like the perfect opportunity arises. Like otherwise I think it's just way too risky. If it comes up here though, I might just go for it, because we're kind of in desperation mode at this point. Oh, don't play my map, please. Well, probably gonna play Bog out this turn. So if they counter this, Bog it after that. Okay. I'll remove your graveyard. How about that, Delver? Use my own cards to find Wasteland. You might think like, oh, why is he not conceding right now? This does not feel like we're just completely out of it yet, though. Like, despite taking all this stuff from us and wastelanding us, we're only losing 2 life a turn. And I kind of feel like the Dark Depths plan, this version of Delver, actually is kind of cold to that when it happens. Alright, let's get a Reclaimer. I know it's going to get bolted most likely, but I just want something to stick. Something should stick around. Just one Reclaimer, please. I hope they never cast my own prime time. That would be probably the worst thing. Cloudpost. I didn't like going for it against like Brazen Borrower at times. And definitely post forward when they have like Submerge, it's more dangerous. Yeah, I have seen Karakas out of him too. It's pretty surprising. Reclaimer number 3. What does it see play in Modern? Curious. We still have one Reclaimer left, by the way. Oh, yeah, we had that one Endurance. Alright, whatever. Definitely would have searched that up if I didn't forget we had an Endurance. This looks like Murktide. It's Cloudpost, Forest. And we're good. And no Wasteland. And no Delver Flip. Could happen. Yeah, it's surprising when like decks like Steek and Show play it as like an alternate like option. They had another Wasteland. So many Reclaimers and so many Wastelands. Alright, let's see if we can pull it together post board. Get some better options. Yeah, I think we just cut Crop Rots. Maybe we trim the maps too. Like I've been cutting like a Prime Time and a Kozilek. Just cutting some of the top end. But maybe we just like the other times when I lose to Delver, sometimes the mana is there, but like I just run out of gas. So I think this time I want to try keeping all the threats in. Map like is a threat essentially, but it also helps get Yavimaya for casting endurance, but I want to try this setup without it. Yeah, I'm not going to go for depths, most likely. Not post board. I don't know, it depends. I'll have to look at some more recent lists, but I know I've seen Price of Progress more commonly out of Delver than like Blood Moon. I think it's worth keeping the Rec Sage in, just in case they have Blood Moon. Now let's just go to 61. I don't feel any shame in that. I want to have the options available at least. Yes, seems respectable. Cloudpost. Let's play out. Let's just throw a Cloudpost out there. Even if it's wastelanded, these other 2 lands are in hand are good. Alright, the not as bad threat is out. That's better. Lodge, thank you for following. I'm gonna fire this Once Upon a Time off. Just keep the lands, try and keep the lands coming. If I can get a Daze potentially out of their hand now, then it might be worth attempting the Endurance next turn. They might have cut Daze also. Depending how things play out this next turn, I could also decide to Endurance Evoke at some point in anticipation of Murktide. Probably don't have to do that next turn, but that's an option. Yeah, this hesitation by them makes you a little nervous. Probably have something good in store. Don't play the Wasteland, please. Delver. No Wasteland. Forest, Bojuka Bog, Karakas. Bojuka Bog's not great right now. I would have liked it in a couple turns, so probably the Karakas here. Are we attempting the Endurance through Days? That's the next question. I think I'm taking the Karakas regardless. That'll be a good answer to the Monkey if it shows up later. I was kind of hoping for a Glimmerpost, and then we could have played Endurance through Days. Oh well. Yeah, I think I'm just going to slam the Endurance. Play it off of Karakas, I guess. No, let's play it off Maze, and that way I'll have extra mana in case I get Wastelanded. In case Yavimaya. It's also possible I could have focused on just doing the normal ramping plan, play map, just try and get to Cloudpost. At least I've gotten rid of a counter here. Ponder. Yeah, it does. Maybe that was the wrong time to play it. That might have been a mistake. So, okay, first show me if there's a Wasteland happening. If Wasteland doesn't happen, okay, it's a moot point. That's going to change the plan then. I think we just play Reclaimer map here. I was going to say, this Green Sun, we could either use it to try and advance to prime time, or instead we could go get an Endurance. It doesn't matter now, but I think we just, yeah. Let's just play the 1-drops out. play map out as well. And this is a defense against Monkey if that happens, but yeah, I need to get the lands out. Like, it would have been nice to clear the graveyard this turn, because I feel like Murktide probably going to happen here. What stays back? Delver, yes? No. Come on, no Murktide, please. No Murktide. It'd be nice. Bolt, probably. Fatal Push. This is so brutal. Alright. What's the play here? Let's get a Reclaimer at this point. Or wait for an Endurance. That's the other option. That probably just takes too long at this point. And I'm also expending my green zone by doing this now. The unlimited answers of Delver. Never ending. Like, I know they're seeing a ton of cards with the Surveil. But try to chorus. I had to play something to help my life total here, so I might as well play the Glimmerpost for sure. And then, if I want to, in response to that, I could just get a Cloudpost. I should probably just hold up Glacial Chasm at this point. I'll have to make some move with the Reclaimer, though. Or I could crack the map. Alright, let's just play Glimmerpost. And probably just have to get Chasm. I don't know where we go from there, but I could have also, in response to the Glimmerpost trigger, got a Cloudpost, went to 7, and then just pray we dodge Bolt. But I'll probably, just get Chasm now at this point. I think that's best. Could also go get Bog here. I can't block it, but yeah, just gonna try and save the damage here if possible. It's not a good spot by any means, but need like an untapped source this next turn. And even then, we're like dead to Bolt once Chasm is gone. Murktide. Yeah, I don't think you can play around Bolt at this point either. It needs to be like Glimmerpost here. Then we get a Cloudpost. Yeah, how are we doing this? I could end of turn, get rid of Chasm. How many Vesuvas are left? I think I'm just trying to live via Chalices at this point. Or, not Chalice. This Chasm tricks. So I think Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think I'm playing Glimmerpost. In response to trigger, get a Cloudpost off the forest. And then on my upkeep, in response to the Chasm trigger, get a Vesuva. I think that lets me prolong this a little bit more. Yeah. And of course, we're just dead to the 4th Wasteland if they find that, so. Could also go to 1 here, which might actually be worth it instead. Yeah, I probably will do that. Get a Glimmerpost off this map. Yeah. I guess just do the same thing next turn. This lets me get something out of the map now. Yeah. Or just play Not Scared of 2 bolts. Trade this for a Cloudpost and then just Ulamog him. But I think I can make some more land drops. Man, I'm 1 mana short of being able to get stage here, and then resetting the Chasm that way. Oh well. Let's make it to 10 mana at all cost. It's nothing infinite. Excavator and Chasm. Nothing infinite by any means. And they're gonna find this wasteland eventually too. So kind of worried about that. Your Cloudpost here. Yeah, this Vesuva on upkeep will at least give me a use of this Chasm on the back end. But I'm going to be exposed here for a turn. If they find the wasteland here. Snuff out. Okay. Alright. Get rid of this. If you draw Glimmerpost, we can Ulamog. I mean, obviously, I regret not getting rid of the Chasm at this point, but had no idea that was happening. Gotta try it. Gotta go for the prime time. It's the best thing here, right? There's no way this doesn't get countered, but... Okay, okay. Are we still alive now, though? Just Glimmerpost, right? 14, 6, 79, 10, 11, 12. We're still dead to a bolt. Almost out of Glimmerpost myself. But yeah, it just has to be Glimmers. I've expended my Chasm. I wonder if nah, Bog is not an answer. Because the thing still grows then. And we're probably just dead. Well, I feel like I made the right decisions for the most part. It felt better than I thought it would. But yeah. That was a good game. That's the Delver matchup. Yeah, I feel like I've had better matchups against that deck. I know in stream recently it looks like it's awful, but definitely have won against it, off stream, I swear. Not that time though. I guess they got pretty good draws that whole game. Not salty or anything about it, but we were close though. You thought that was an interesting game at least, right? I feel like that, this is not the most impossible matchup to win. It was interesting for a Delver matchup. As long as I can, at least compete with the deck, I think it's fine. Is it overpowered? Maybe, probably. But, I mean, that's part of the challenge of this format. Trying to figure out other archetypes. Trying to get your matchups. Your list for them. That snuff out though. I was purposely not playing the forest out for Fear of Submerge. But that was actually a good use of their black though. We understand the Badlands now. Yeah, I would definitely say it's a fair deck. I play games of Magic against it. I felt like multiple times they were just one turn ahead of us. One turn earlier, I think we would have been fine. It's okay. I enjoyed the games. Yeah, thanks everybody for watching the stream. I'm going to play this out and finish it up. Just to show some more gameplay. It's been a good tournament thus far. I didn't update the Eldrazi one from last round. This format is just very matchup dependent. Last week at this time, we were getting all the non-Wasteland decks. Now we're paying for it now. All Wasteland decks, essentially. Too fair. Yeah, it's they just have generically good cards. The cantrip suite, the counters that are free. I feel like it kind of goes without saying that a deck that's playing those cards would always be pretty good. Maybe the threats are too powerful. Just taking advantage of the power creep of new creatures. Maybe that's the problem with the deck now. For other people, at least. Yeah, Murktide is the one that I'm most fearful of. Monkey as well. If they start with Channeler, or even Delver, it's a relief. Yeah, when do you see oh, turn 1 Delver, thank God. Maybe that is a problem when that's a thing that happens. Monkey's definitely the hard mode start. It's the Charmander start. Delver's the medium, the Squirtle. Yeah, I like seeing Chandler the most, but even that one's maybe even worse than Delver. I can think of the card you're naming. Ethereal Forager, I think. But yeah, the reagent is just like such a good threat. Just closing the games quickly. And also, like, I know this in the past from playing against other Delve cards like Urmag Angler, that like your preemptive graveyard hate cards like Bojuka Bog, there's never like an exact good time to do it. Like you have to try and predict when to be a good time to either like evoke like an Endurance Say or search up a Bojuka Bog. You can't like decide to wait for when it happens. So that uncertainty is definitely like a big aspect, I feel, of the strength of Murktide. Yeah, but did we not see like we didn't see a Pithing Needle or a Carpet of Flowers that whole game. I don't think either game 2 or 3. Like that was pretty unlucky. I believe we can beat Delver. It's difficult, but I believe. I feel like something should probably change in the sideboard plans, though. Not this deck. Like, cutting those maps felt kind of wrong. Even crop rotation. I will usually leave like 2 of these against Delver. But if I had to make like some cuts post-board, I'm just willing to part with this and then just try and rely on Needle or Carpet. And just like not play reactively to Wastelands. Let me look at some blue-red Delver lists and see. I swear I've seen Blood Moon out of some of the sideboards. Which decklist website do you guys use to look up deck lists? Like, is Goldfish usually your best one? It's like MTG Top 8 only shows like the top decks of an event. I'd prefer to see like a more broad range of placing decks. Yeah, Channeler does give me that kind of like Dreadhorde Arcanist kind of vibe, honestly. Like you just know it's accumulating so much advantage for them. Obviously not to the level of Arcanist, but it just feels like it sticks around and attacks and it like sets them up. An ad blocker? I don't know, it's this is like a fairly new computer. And why does Goldfish have to have these stupid advertisements? This is why I don't web browse often when I'm on stream. I actually don't care. But, okay, let's look. Sulfuric Vortex. Yeah, there's like no Price of Progress, no Blood Moon in this list. Yeah, 2 Blood Moons and like this. This is a league list. Nothing here. Yeah, I still think you have to keep Rex Sage in. Like, on the off chance there is a Blood Moon. And not so much for the mana production, but like, for like the Glimmerposts and the utility lands. Yeah, I could just take a chance and just hope that we dodge Blood Moon, but I would like err on the side of caution for that particular card. Yeah, there's like a Blood Moon in like a third of these decks I'm looking at. Karakas out of Delver. Man, Monkey must be such Like, such a good threat against, like, Delver Mirrors. Take your opponent's efficient cards. Use it against them. Sometimes I wish they would like have the online events scheduled more on the client just ahead of time. Should just bookmark this page. It's like the showcase event schedule. Just want to see how many more legacy ones there are and how many points I have to spare for a possible other formats one. Alright, July 18th is the next one. And then an August one. Alright, so there's 2 more legacy ones. 93. I can probably get like 30 more over the course of 2 months. So I could probably play in like a vintage or a modern showcase. Oh, I should do that as a vote for people watching. Would you rather see modern Tron or vintage Golo Steps? I think I know what the answer probably would be, but I'd be down to let people decide on that. And I'd be fine with either one, honestly. Oh, July 18th. Interesting. Wonder what good threats Delver will have out of that set. Oh yeah, I'm gonna set up a poll thing. Yeah, if it's Tron, you guys can help me out and lead me through an actual easy deck. Vintage. Hopefully they make another good green card too, though. Weenie MTG, thank you for following. I feel like Delver and green always get something new. Yeah, maybe I'll set up an official poll for this at some point when it gets closer. I also would like to do a... Maybe if I can do 24-hour stream. If not, like a 12-hour 12-post stream. But I want to do like a long charity stream too. And see how much money I can raise for... I just like want to do that as a streamer at some point. Yeah, so hopefully people will tune in for that. Do it for a good cause. Maybe... Yeah, I was thinking... Maybe July 4th. I know it's a Sunday. And actually, the first time I streamed was almost a year ago. It was July 4th last year. So tentatively, I might do that as my like 1-year anniversary thing. Just a long charity stream. I could get a challenge in there. Get some leagues. Yeah, I think I probably will do that. I'll figure it out when it gets closer, but... Hope you all will enjoy that. Hopefully I'll have tuned this up. The list, the game plan's better. Delver will be more tuned though as well. It's always a continuous battle. Like that Delver list, it deals damage and ends the game quickly, but it just feels like it has less like disruption that I care about compared to like other previous versions of the deck. Like when they have the Brazen Borrower and Stifle all the time. Brazen Borrower is the most common one, Stifle sometimes. But yeah, without those cards, like I accept if they can do a lot of damage. Like I feel like I can compete with that kind of list at least. Just my opinion. Oh, it's my buddy. It's in the last matchup. Hand, go. Come on, Jim. I wanted to see if they posted the list from yesterday's challenge yet. I know most people post on Twitter, but to see the official published ones. I'd be down to do like a Tron match in between like these rounds today, honestly. Are you playing this like stupid unpolished list? I'm down to try it. Time opponent out. If you have Tabernacle, it's a good thing for that. I don't think you would, but... Oh, thanks, Jax. Wait, how did I miss this? The fuck? Thank you for posting that, though. Yeah, man, Arkham was on the spice. I bet I know, like, who talked them into playing this, too. I got a trophy, Jim, earlier. Like, I think this was yesterday, against goblins. Just the Tabernacle was the clock eater. But yeah, that happened. That's shitty, Jim. It's KLS last round as well. What do you think about just like having third Ugin, third Ulamog? Like that's not typical, but I like the commitment to specific cards like that. I don't hate it. Completely just BS Tron list. Yeah, if I play this, I'll do where I originally was at with this. I might just play a League of Legacy if the rounds are fast, though. I am enjoying this current list and like the current Legacy metagame quite a bit. It's a good time for Cloudpost. With like the Delver practice as well. Yeah, we still have 3 more rounds here, so hopefully get some tuning done. Oh, nice. Our first loss, Fish Duggery, is still undefeated. Do my tiebreaker as well, Fish Duggery, if you're still watching. Do my best to get a 5-2 at this point. I have no idea. I didn't even know that was a deck. I'm gonna ship this. Yeah, I played a tiny bit of Modern when they had the GP out in Phoenix, and then one in Vegas shortly after. This is probably like 3 or 4 years ago. And then when I played the random showcase event, just to sink extra QPs into, I just remember like all the matchups being stuff I didn't recognize. As if like the whole format had just changed completely between the time. So I imagine it's probably changed like as much now. That was a bad once upon a time. Probably just Yavimaya here. Bojuka Bog's not bad either, in case they're like Delver again. Yeah, we have enough green source as it is. Let's just take a Bog. I'm gonna hold off on this Needle until I'm more aware of what's going on. I love that it just knows that shortened name is like what you're trying to say. I don't even know what like the best method of typing that in to like go buy it is. Probably just like have it saved in a text file or something. Oh, this deck. How's it going, Lynn Chalice? Missed you for a while in Legacy. Hope you come back pretty soon. We need some more green decks fighting the good fight. People who are willing to not play Delver. I don't think I've ever seen you play Delver, but maybe you would play Delver. It wouldn't be the stupidest decision. Exactly, Jax. I'm glad people are taking after Bant control. Is like being completely honest, it looks like a solid control deck. As a non-blue player observing that deck, it looks solid to me. At least we'll get a little bit of value out of this Bojuka Bog. A little bit. They named Green Sun. Oh, Togak. Okay, that's much worse. That's bad. Yeah, and Allosaurus Shepherd. Oh man, I wish I didn't put that Chasm back now. I had no idea though. Alright, I think I have to play Maze out. Say Alter. Was Delver a thing in Standard? I was gonna say about Shepherd. My friend, he's a Rock Nation online, and he's like a really good, like, serious player. Always playing like the top tier blue decks in Legacy. This was back when Oko was around. I asked him like, oh, so what do you think should be banned? And he's like, oh, Oko and Allosaurus Shepherd. And I thought he was just joking. But like, ever since joining Twitter, like I'm kind of in disbelief like how much people hate Shepherd. Like it's kind of ridiculous. Like I don't think people understand that there's like other ways besides counters to answer it. Shepherd can go to hell. Like, I can't counter Shepherd either, but I'm complaining about it. I mean, they have a card called Force of Will that gets to stop anything. Anything. Except for Shepherd. Or my lands. The two things that dodge the blue menace. It's the thing we needed, at least. Keep this going a little longer. It's kind of crazy how it's a like win condition, too. I will say that's pretty crazy. But for any deck that's like not blue though, I mean blue already has like the best means of finding the other answers to Shepherd. that the other colors they get to include in their deck. Yeah, not worried about Shepherd. There's no way that ever gets banned. Like, I would ban Plague Engineer definitely before Shepherd, if we're talking annoying creatures. And Thassa's Oracle. That creature can go to hell. Yeah, I think you're right, Lynn Chalice. It's just at, like, the... what's reasonable for Legacy. Just barely. But yeah, I remember, like, Brian was telling me that too, Jim, about how, like... I guess, like, the timing issues, and... you just have to be ready for it at, like, the right key moment, or else it's, like, all just over. If we draw a Dark Depths next turn, I think we win. This thing, they need Threshold is the thing. Ah, man. Okay, let's think here. I could also get Cloudpost, play Kozilek, and maybe make something happen off that. But what, though, is the thing. Put one more card in there, opponent, please. Is there any way for me to get another card out there? No, they're not going to do it after I make the 2020. Okay. Yeah, I think we just take our chances with a Cloudpost here. I don't know where it goes from there, honestly, but that seems like the best chance. I guess we could draw a Green Sun and get Excavator back, potentially. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Okay, what if we draw a Crop Rotation and another green card, shuffle our Chasm back in, and then... Hey, Ethan Miles, thank you for following. Appreciate it. So close. That's just death, right? Yeah. We almost came back there, though. We were so close. Oh, I should have played the Pithing Needle out. If I had played that out earlier, I maybe could have... Yeah, I could have just named this. Yeah, that was a mistake. But this is a good matchup. And if you know what you're up against, then... it's certainly winnable. I like to just have a kind of a mix of everything against this deck. just duplicate copies of cards that could be useful in spots. It's mostly about Reclaimer, but this is not a good Reclaimer opener. Mostly we just don't have the lands to keep it going. Yeah, we can do better. Yeah, they had 6. Yeah, you might be right. I might have fucked that up. It's okay. We still have 2 games. Don't give up hope yet. Thank you, the Limburg baby. Thank you for following. Yeah, they would have discarded it. They would have had to give it flying, huh? Man, I snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory. I even said that too, like, oh, if we draw Dark Depths. No, you're good. I should notice these things. I don't blame people if they don't speak up on it. I honestly just didn't think it through close enough. My mind was like, oh, I should have played that Needle out and somehow made use of that. And this is kind of like a weird thing to say, but I almost maybe shouldn't have even named Altar of Dementia with that first Needle. I feel like it might have been better to just try and like get them to make a poor play with the milling. Yeah, I forget that Twitch has its delay here. And plus, it's like a lot easier for me to say something than it is for somebody watching to type something in chat. There's one of their 2 Assassin's trophies in the graveyard. That's good. It's the new Stitcher Supplier Delver version. This is fine. I would definitely just block here if they attacked. No reason not to. It's good. I feel like we should have everything we need for this matchup at this point. Yeah, I'm just gonna make stage a Cloudpost end of turn. I'm kind of interested in this list. I'm curious, like how many lines, like the play to it. I feel like every deck has, like, in Legacy has quite a bit of depth, if it's a good deck. And I know this is like a legit deck for sure. Dead to Depths. Not if they play a Putrid Imp and I fuck it up again. This is just like a safer route to go. Yeah, I know you like to combo people, Jax, and I do too, but it's like a last resort for me in this deck. Maybe I should just go for it more frequently. But yeah, this line will be perfectly fine too. I want Tabernacle and probably just Eye here. It's just always safer to go the normal route when you can. Probably could have gotten Yavimaya instead of Eye and just played the primetime next turn too. Yeah, that's fine. I could still do it on upkeep. Pay, yeah, not worried. Bruno Ramos, thank you for following. Yeah, how's the lands matchup against this deck? I know you're a Crop Rot Bojuka Bog deck. I'm sure they just hate any version of that. Interesting. Yeah, some of my friends that play Cloudpost, I know like a couple of them struggle against this Hogak deck. I think it's like a great matchup. He mostly like focuses around Glacial Chasm. And so, yeah, and this is like one of the metagame reasons to play this post deck. There's the control list that it's good against, and it's also good against the Chasm decks, as I call them. I tried the Blue Splash Jax. I was like super high on it at first, but as I played it more, I started like running into problems with it. Just like the other like surrounding filtering cards, like the deck has like Once Upon a Time, Green Sun, if you will, don't really play well with Show and Tell. Not the way that like Brainstorm and Top used to. And I would also like run out of gas more frequently with the Show and Tells, which makes sense just because Show and Tell doesn't really do anything on its own. But yeah, I wish I could go back to the Top days when I was like a Show and Tell deck as a backup plan. It was very similar to this, but very different at the same time. Yeah, the recent Blue Splash list too. I figured that if I wanted to fit the Show and Tells in, I would have to cut either Maps or Green Suns. And like those are both cards that just scale really well over the course of like a whole game. So you're taking like some consistency away from the deck. Trade like outright power for consistency. Yeah, I ran like the 4 prime times, and I also kind of wanted like an 8th big creature to potentially Show and Tell in. But I never really got that far. I think we can do a better hand than this. I think we should mold down to a much more to a Reclaimer for one thing. What about this? The lands are light. We have, is Endurance going to save us? Or Mindbreak? Like once we draw a forest or a green source at this point, I think we're good. And this stage could be one of their green sources. I'm going to try this. If nothing else, we'll do this for science. They have their answer to our... They can mill us potentially now. Bloodghast, Careful Study. I do this now. Probably not. Maybe I should have. Oh, that's not too bad, Lotus. Yeah, sometimes it's just good to take a break from Magic and come back refreshed. There's our green source at least. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of going for the depths kill this game. This ley line makes me a little nervous. I might try another blue list at some point. Just more of like a standard, typical blue deck, running like Brainstorm Ponder. Maybe like together with Once Upon a Time. See how that goes. Okay, now just Bog if we need to. It's the best land though. Kind of think we should just get Yavimaya this next turn. Trade the forest for it. Could also just make the stage a Cloudpost. Yeah, and then we can set up depths the next turn after that. And hopefully I just don't have to pitch this Endurance yet, but I will if I have to. Oh, it's been so good. Such a good card for our deck. Probably even better for your deck, but I love the card too. Yeah, there's Trophy as well. Mr. Hogek. I think we have a Karakas for that. One card in hand. Yeah, let's just in case they do have a trophy, maybe it's better to just go get Yavimaya right now and set up a prime time for later. Yeah, I think that's best. It doesn't really boost my mana production, but I think that covers a bad potential situation the best. Actually, if they trophy, then we do have enough mana, even with this Yavimaya. Okay, I'm okay with this trophy here then. I also could have Mindbreak Trapped if they trophied that last turn there. This hesitation, I don't like it. I'm just gonna Karakas this thing. It takes my depths plan away if I want to go for that. Yeah, I like Karakasing this. This is like their gas at this point. And I can always just search up the depths now, the next time they try and target this. And just have that ready to go, if that's the thing they're doing. I should answer this graveyard if they... I want to, I can Endurance in. Just cast the Endurance too, if I want. Yeah, there's so many lands I want to get out here. Like a Depths, a Tabernacle, a Chasm if that's dangerous. Like I could die if they play a Altar, is the thing. I think this trap, between the Trap of the Endurance and the Reclaimer, I probably have enough answers to survive that, but that'd be the worst thing. Oh, nice, dude. Nice job. Alright, yeah, let's just make this a Cloudpost. And then even if they trophy something, I'm gonna make some big plays next turn. Yeah, let's keep... This gives me the most mana, so do that. Yeah, I guess I can't keep everything up that I want. Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna get Bog Tabernacle here at this prime time. Yeah, no matter what way I tapped it, I couldn't also keep my stage open for anything else. Like if they happen to have like 2 trophies, those 2 forests I could use to activate the stage, but I definitely just want Tabernacle here. Tabernacle Bog. This is one of those like specific situations where you really want to have Tabernacle. Yeah, the main role of this card is just to take these kind of decks that have pressure off of casting a spell, essentially. I could get milled out if they go that route. This also takes their mana down from like casting a Altar. I will concede gladly if they pull off a Doomsday here. I'd tell them that you got me. Yeah, it's too bad I can't like flash this Endurance in any way. Man, there were 2 Doomsday decks in the top 8 yesterday. Hopefully it's not a sign of things to come for that deck. I think I just put my Eye of Ugin here. And I'll Ulamog the Slay Line, and we should be good after that. Yeah, I don't need Bog at this point. I can just Cloudpost too. Yeah, let's just get Cloudpost. Depths, I guess. Depths, Cloudpost. Just every which way to win if we need. Exact1, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Yeah, what's the second thing I'm going to Ulamog here? Definitely Leyline. Probably just Dryad Arbor. I guess Tabernacle. Dried Arbor pays for itself. It probably just doesn't matter. I could have done this better as well, but whatever. Yeah, I'll just take Dried Arbor. I don't know. People just play what they want to play, I guess. Like, Kai, I know, is like a Doomsday expert. So they'll just like always do well with that deck. Don't buy into the metagame hype. It's kind of an illusion. Like, just find your strategy and like master it. It's my MO in this game. It doesn't always work, but it's sufficient for me. Yeah, and this deck is just fun too. It's just a card game. Don't overthink it. Oh yeah, I saw the end of I saw Archon. He took them both out. He took me out, and then the two Doomsday decks with some real spice. Yeah, I was like confused when I played against his list. I thought it was Delver at first, but then yeah, definitely. I think it was a good change of pace to not play Delver when everybody's like aiming for it. Yeah, the one standstill. Here's my Hogak. Here it is. Yeah, let's look over the list. That link again. Did I just like literally X that one out? I think I did. Here it is. Four monkeys. The one creature that's a 4 of in his list. Just your one standstill. What if you put like one stasis in? You can call it a stasis deck then too. And it's a blue card too, so it's always just Force of Will fodder. Yeah, so I was thinking if I wanted to do some sort of brew with Urza Saga and Locust Lands, which I think is going to be terrible, by the way, if I end up doing that. I've been looking at these other decks that play Saga, and just like looking at the random artifact toolbox options. I liked Meekstone. I saw that in a lands list running it. I think that would be like a potential good thing to search up. Like if I were to use it in a similar deck to what I'm playing right now, I literally think we'll only search maps up with it though. Like maybe a needle if we don't already have one out, but other than that, like don't really need much else besides maps. Retrofigure Foundry. I wonder how often that came up. Dreadnought. I believe a person named Fox is probably behind this. I was thinking like that deck might have a comeback with Urza Saga. Oh yeah, between the like the construct tokens, just like making one of these every turn. That does seem pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't think like I'm down to try like a Cloudpost list alongside Urza Saga, but I don't think this is like Locust Lands are really what you ever want to play alongside this. Like, I feel like it's not really contributing to like the ramping plan at all, and you're just kind of like diluting the deck from its main strengths by trying to squeeze this in. I could be wrong though, and I'm down to try it still. How many sagas were you running, Lotus? Like just one, or 32. What were your artifact targets, if you don't mind me asking? Like, I think main deck, the list I saw, there's literally just, like, the map, and then the usual, like, Mox Diamonds. And you have some sideboard options then, too, but I feel like even lands can, like, mitigate the downsides of Urza Saga a lot better than, like, a Locust lands deck, a Cloudpost deck could. Like, at least you get the extra land drops. Yeah, this magical link that Jax had access to. Or it just, like, got posted, like, shortly, not long ago. Probably that. Oh, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I think, like, the artifacts in the Cloudpost deck, Needle map, they're just not things you want to go out of your way to try and search up. Like, it seems similar. T Prado, thank you for following. It seems like it would be similar to, like, an Aether Vial deck, using Urza Saga to search up Aether Vial, in my opinion. Which I imagine they're not doing that. Don't lean too heavily into, like, a new card. Or something that just doesn't fit, rather. Yeah, like, this list, like, I like how this list is utilizing it. You get a combo piece, and you also supplement your, like, beatdown plan. Man, this is the Bomberman expert, Kanakin. Gotta love it. Man, this is such a... If I had somehow won my win-in, this would have been, like, such a terrible top 8 for me. 2 Doomsdays. Oh, man. Bomberman's not easy at all. I don't like Golos in this particular list. Oh, Living Wish. No, hard pass. No, I'm not a fan of Living Wish. Not to step on anybody's toes. And, like, it's cool that somebody experimented and did well with it. I'm just, I don't think I want to wish for something and, like, tell them what to Thoughtseize. Assuming you're getting, like, a creature. Like, the wish cards pretty much are only ever in, like, combo decks, when you're just, like, gonna win that turn. I think it's just, like, too slow and clunky. But it is spicy, though. Like I said. I would run the 4th Needle before Spyglass, also. I think the 1 casting cost is the more important part for this deck. Oh yeah, Elephant Grass. That was, like, an old option for the longest time. One of your anti-go-wide creature deck cards. Thank you, Chalice. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks to everyone sticking around. What's the best we could possibly finish? Top 16, maybe? Is that too ambitious at this point? Could definitely do top 32 if we win the next 2. But mostly, just hope you're having a good Father's Day. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Just enjoy some Magic. Yeah, appreciate all the follows, the subscriptions. Glad to know people are enjoying this deck. So thank you all. Dino Dave, thank you. Yeah, I might get a short stream in tomorrow, do a league or 2. enjoy this metagame while it's like this. You never know what the Dungeons and Dragons set is going to do. You have to hold your breath for every new set now. What will become of our poor legacy format? Remember that, what was the card? Valky, the Tybalt bullshit? Everybody hated that, but, like, I had such a great matchup against it. I would have liked that to hang around a little bit longer. Oh, yeah, it's a regular, like, standard legal set, right? Like, Modern Horizons is definitely a special set. Uh-oh, Fenris Cloud. It's Infect. This is a good Infect hand. Yeah, Modern Horizons 2 probably, it might be like the most impactful set for Legacy that they've done. Maybe Throne of Eldraine could compete with it, but I think this most recent Modern Horizons probably takes the cake, though. Like, what deck did not get anything out of the set, really? That's a thing, a question I probably couldn't answer. And I really hope this Reclaimer will resolve. If it doesn't, then I'll play out a map the turn after and hope a turn 3 Chasm is gonna be good enough. Oh yeah, they got to use one particular Monkey Pirate card. That's crazy. I mean, I can't say it didn't cross my mind to possibly splash red for it in this deck. Like, even if you just got a hit off it, it would accelerate you quite a bit and give you at least a little bit more color to work with. Not that I think that would be good at all, but Ravagan Post, if you really wanted to play to the narrative that it's just too good, you just could go in anything. Yeah, Storm, that's true. Oh, they got that Storm Ooze at least. That's good, right? Kill people with beatable creatures. Yeah, like, I've been very happy with the new cards for my deck this set. Endurance, Yavimaya, both awesome. Alright, now we just hold up Glacial Chasm the whole match. I could choose to search up. I'll just get a Cloudpost here. More mana to work with. Let's say Wasteland with Needle. That could answer the ultimate solution, that is Glacial Chasm. Get rid of this Bog, it's just bad. If you didn't know, Fenris Cloud streams as well. Always Infect, and he did a series where he had like a different archetype pilot on a different day. How was the Cloudpost one a couple months ago? I don't know if you can watch it anywhere, but I definitely missed some of those and wanted to see some of the other guests. Oh yeah, this is definitely a good Chasm matchup for sure. I guess just a stage, probably. No, let's get more mana. Yeah, if you're watching this, Jax, you were on one of them too, right? Pretty sure. Like, I'm curious what deck you were showcasing for it. Okay, nice. Oops. Reclaimer takes back the lands. I punted so badly though when I was a guest on it. Like one of the stupidest mistakes that I could otherwise like never make. I think Oops is a really good deck, just not it's just safer. It's just always safer to not get depths. Like we're so close to just Emrakuling them infinitely. No, I think Oops is good, but I played it a league and yeah, it's just not my thing. I can see the appeal of it, but we're just gonna get Chasm here. That's the safest thing. I guess I could've... Nah, they have too many threats, and even Ulamog wouldn't save us. I mean, I like those all-in combo decks, like, at times, but... yeah, let's just be safe here. Just Cloudposts. Set up for Emrakul in a couple turns. I mean, obviously I'm not an expert at it, so it's probably misplaying at parts, but... Yeah, like I was like losing to surgicals and stuff. And also endurance I thought was a problem. So I'm sure there's like some way to fight around it if you know what you're doing. I just got bored with it after like a league's worth of it. No offense to anybody that loves Oops that's watching. Could get Ulamog and then also just get Emrakul next turn. Yeah. Yes. I'll have to... Yeah, I heard about this infect list. I'll have to check it out. Infect Oops all spells. That seems pretty crazy. I'm sorry, Lotus. Thanks for taking a bullet for me, though. Let the shields down here. I guess I could have kept it around one more turn in case they stifled. It's not outside the realm of possibility. Look how many permanents they have. try and replicate that one of these next 2 games. But we didn't see white out of them. But I bet they probably are running like a Bant list. So we have to be wary of swords, of Teferi. I remember this is not a spectacular Carpet of Flowers matchup. I'll probably bring in a couple of them, but they can definitely develop their mana base without giving us too many islands. Yeah, we just cut a couple maps. Try and lean on the instant speed lands of Reclaimer and Crop Rot. Yes, definitely keep this hand. Karakas. Do they? Oh yeah, they run that like bird thing, don't they? It's like legendary. That's the only legendary thing I can think of, but I never cut Karakas anyway, though. You want to keep all your untapped mana sources, always, when you board. Trophy. Yes, please. Hope with Gearper. Yeah, I guess they could run that. That's probably a possibility. Blighted Agent. Yeah, so let's take this. I was just confused by the context of the thing. Whatever. No, don't cut Karakas. I could even get like Maze of Ith here to have another defense, but I think we just try and win at this point. Let's go for the win. They probably have Force of Vigor as well, as a thing. Just to note. Sweet. This means we can hold up Crop Rot and Reclaimer if we need to. Which you probably would have to get Chasm here right here. Or dead to a pump spell if we couldn't. Reclaimer did its thing there. It's like as good as it gets with the Elvish Reclaimer. Let me use the restroom and then, yeah, we definitely have time for like a round or something here. Probably just play this deck. Let's not bother with something I don't know. Yeah, I figured with that. Do we have the map at that point? Getting the Cloudpost. Yeah, just at some point, just try and win. So I figured. Okay, I'll be right back. So as far as emotes go, when I raid another streamer and people want to like throw up an into play emote when they enter their streams chat, like what card or like creature best represents this deck, would you think? Like what should I have an emote made out of? I was thinking there's Emrakul, there's Reclaimer, Primetime. Probably one of those three. Crop rotation. Glacial Chasm. The lamest emote card ever. I do want a Chasm emote made, though. Good choice, Denim. That's a good one. I feel like the art might not be instantly recognizable. Definitely not the emote, but that's definitely a good choice. Let's find a Cloudpost. Damn. Let's get more lands here. We've got enough Reclaimers if you really want. I feel bad if they can answer both of these 2 Reclaimers. Hey, thank you for following, Denim. Appreciate it. That's a good start. I might just play this slow then. Kalia. Okay, definitely because of that. We'll just get a Reclaimer with one of them. T4Gu, thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you enjoy the content, the other channels that I made part of my whole streaming project, there's my YouTube channel where you can watch these every stream I do, and also some other content that I record. Don't watch the annoying Twitch ads that way. Also my Twitter, where I just post like written information as well. Yeah, definitely that's where you can find me. Gonna get a Cloudpost here. It's too bad our mana is like just off because of Thalia. I can prime time, maybe. Depends what they do with port or if they wasteland. I'm inclined to keep the stage around at this point. He'll just it could be critical at protecting like another important land we want to play out. A Chasm, for instance. This is like swords. They have to pay one more. Okay, thank you, Thalia tax. Yes, Thalia. Good Thalia. Oh yeah, it's like miserable here. I live in Arizona and yeah, it really is like that. Alright, now we just prime time. Cloudpost Glimmer, I think, is fine here. Can we die from 10 life? Probably not. I'm willing to risk it. Yeah, I'd be thankful if you don't live here and have to pay like a shitload on your electric bill during the summer. Like, I know it's like, there's a heat wave in multiple places, but Arizona is pretty awful. I was reading that like Las Vegas is having it pretty bad too. I always feel like Vegas is miserable when I go there during the summer. just all the concrete buildings and combined with just being the location that it is. Yeah. That's too many. I do have to pay one more. I could bounce Thalia, but I'd rather they just pay the tax now. GP Vegas. I would still go for a GP2. It just... Hopefully you don't have to walk far to play in it, be the thing. 1, 2... Get a 15, 8, 19, yeah, we're fine. Same thing, Cloudpost Glimmer. Let's see where the challenge, okay. Yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow afternoon, so hopefully you can watch that, or definitely check the YouTube channel if you can't. Yeah, this has felt solid the last 2 days. Even if like the results weren't as good as I'd hoped for, it just felt like it's been a good list. I would like to figure some things out for some matchups. Like maybe there's a different sideboarding configuration against Delver that would be better than what I was doing. But yeah, this is the current list is a good place to start if you're thinking of like playing this deck yourself. I always tell people to like try like their own card choices out for themselves. I don't always just take my word for it. This is like built for what I think is the best for like how I play it, but you can like just build this like any whole bunch of different ways. Yeah, how long? A 4-hour stream. Alright, one more challenge round. Just keep it together for one more round. We got this. Yeah. Once upon a... There's that Yavimaya again. Come on, Reclaimer. Damn. I'll take a Cloudpost then. Kind of tempted to just slam a Cloudpost here. The worst would be Wasteland Surgical. Even if that does happen, I guess I can't stop that, even if I do have a Reclaimer later down the line, so... We're up a game, it's fine. Let's take a chance. I'm just gonna play the next Cloudpost out. Oh, excellent. Let's protect our mana at this point. Next turn I'm thinking Yavimaya Once Upon a Time, hopefully find a prime time, and then hope a turn 4 prime time is good enough. They could slow this down with a like a port, of course. Or like a what's the thing? Skyclave, Apparition, Wasteland. I'm happy to see this. It's just too slow. Ooh. Yeah, it's just Once Upon a Time here. I guess I can play the second Once Upon a Time also. I didn't even think of that. Alright, there's prime time. Efficient. Another prime time. Cataclysm would be bad, but not unwinnable. I could still come back from that. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're a turn off still from this prime time. Counting that correctly, right? Yeah, you might as well search up something at this point. I guess just a Reclaimer. This thing is indestructible. This is mostly going to be as a... whatchamacallit, as a chump blocker. Sure. No 5th land, please. That would mean Cataclysm's not going to happen. No, this thing is indestructible. It doesn't work. Doesn't work the way we hoped it would. Glimmerpost, I think Tabernacle here. Yeah, the equipment's indestructible itself. The creature it equips and the thing itself is both. They're both indestructible. Oh, you're good. I actually made that mistake the first time. This is like a slightly better batter skull against us, just for dealing the damage. This poor D&T player. 2 prime times both games. Our life total is a little bit low, but I still feel like we're fine. I still like keeping the forces in for Ether Vial, mostly. And some other random things. Spirit of the Labyrinth, Revoker, different things. Yeah, so I'd like my forest, please. Yeah, it was a little bit closer than I thought at first, but I think we're good now. It's 2 Glimmerposts here, and I can get Eye with this map. Yeah. Let's discount this. 13 life. Yeah, we're good. Oh yeah, it was great. I love Yavimaya. Mana off still. Yeah. Alright, well in that case, I'll just play out the Eye next turn. No need to expose that here. Oh, man. Did I update this? I don't think I did. In fact... No, I didn't. I don't even have Infect on here. TNT... Yeah, what were our losses? Delver and Maverick were the two losses today. We beat a green-white Depths. Infect. Hogak, I think, was in there. I don't even remember at this point. A lot of it blurs together. Oh, they'll draw 0. That was a cool match. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw you. I was thinking of trying your list out, Jax. The one that's just, like, all in on the smog. Like the green suns for the creature, and then, like, just blue for cantrips. I was tempted. Is that combo any good against, like, other decks that have, like, actual interaction, though? Like, it seems, like, super, like, fragile against, like, any other deck. I could be wrong about that, but I was just hoping that that combo would just die out with the new set. I sometimes see it around, but sometimes it's, like, a part of another list. I don't see many lists, like, completely committed to that, though. It's very good against this deck, though, if you didn't know. Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, I should try that out. Been kind of on a combo itch recently. Playing Reanimator and Oops, and I was trying to satisfy the combo player in me. Nice palate cleanser from the usual. Oh yeah, I think it would do. It seems like a good deck to just clean up, like, random opponents. Like, maybe not so much against, like, the top tier, like, blue decks that you'd see in challenges, but it seems, like, really good for leagues. I feel like I struggle against the random shit of leagues. Yeah, I just need to, like, improve the Delver matchup with this, and once that's set, if it's possible, I'd feel, like, really, really good about this deck. Like, I'd still play it regardless, but the Delver matchup just needs to be better. Oh yeah, Safe Keeper. I wish I could play that card myself in this. But yeah, it seems like yeah, it's definitely a good option for your list. Were you running Shepherd? Yeah, if you have a link to the list, I'll bring it up here. Take a look at it. Yeah, I remember, like, any of those, like, green-based decks with a light blue splash, I feel like we always run the same kind of disruption, like Stifles, Flusterstorms. One of the things I was on a blue splash list with this. Depths list played that. Yeah, I can try and find at least one of the A list about it. No, I haven't tried Saga yet. I'm not convinced it's what this deck wants, but I'd be willing to test it. Nice. Plunge into Darkness. That's one I had to read. Yeah, I like the just going for the cantrips from blue. It's like the best aspect of blue. You don't even need the counters, really, if you don't want to. How about Pact of Negation if you're using, like, Summoner's Pact? Is that worth it? Kind of like could have, like, that same Oops All Spells, all in element. Just glancing at this, maybe it's, like, not what you'd want. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. That makes sense. Elvish Spirit Guide. Yeah, that would just make me nervous, like having to discard your hand. Like, don't you just like get the feeling like you know they're holding back like a lightning bolt or a sword? That's what I got. I got that feeling with playing Oops. That like I do my thing, and it's like, why are they so fine with this? And then I just lose from like a surgical. I was probably doing something incorrect. Maybe my going all in skills are a bit rusty now. That makes sense. Like always clear the way with a hand spell. Just duress Thoughtseize. Yeah, I'd be down to try this out. What cards do I own? Or what do I have to purchase? I think the Lotus Petals are like the most expensive card in the deck, probably. And I definitely own those. Stupid Moto economy. Okay, Hull Breacher went way down since I last checked. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll finally pick up those. Oh yeah, I'm not even familiar with the arena economy. Isn't everything free at some level? If I understand it correctly. Yeah, it was like 100 for back when I cared more about Hull Breacher. Yeah, I bought the whole Urza Echoes deck after like with just like tournament prize winnings, and then they released Hull Breacher, and it was like, oh, just rebuy the deck again, essentially for a single card, a set of it. I just like didn't value $400 for a Hull Breacher as worth it. I would spend that much for a Cloudpost deck probably, but not for other decks. I like a Doomsday transition plan. Yeah, I'd be down to do an Urza Saga post list if people are interested in that, but I have so many doubts about it. Like, I don't even know, like, what... I would have to borrow the cards from somebody, too. Like, I wouldn't spend, like, 200 on it, honestly, for something that I'm convinced will not work well. Yeah, I think this could be, like, a decent transformational sideboard, like this kind of game plan. I think it'd be, there's some merit there. Oh yeah, if you'd be down, House of Mana, I would be interested in testing it, the card. I expect to lose tickets on like league entries, whatever list I decide to brew up, but that would be a start though, if I could borrow it. I think it'll get banned in Modern, from what I see of that format, and then it'll just get way cheaper. Do you want me to use the Twitch messaging system, or I guess that makes the most sense, given like this here. Yeah, like, okay, that sounds good. Yeah, so I was thinking if we do want to build a list with Saga, like it's a card that I want to build like entirely around if I'm gonna play it. So the first question I was thinking is like, do we want green with that? Like if we had green, we could keep Crop Rot Reclaimer and then be able to sack it in response to the trigger. That's one of the things that people defend the card with, is the fact you can sack it and get a land after it out of it. But But yeah, and then it's like, if we keep Reclaimers, keep Crop Rots, then I feel like the list just kind of like converges back to like what we're already on, and I don't know if that'd be good at all for that kind of build. So I was considering just like going completely colorless with 1-drops, maybe just like for the sake of like having a different type of deck, but then you lose the sacking ability. It's just a brain teaser. I haven't really thought too seriously about it. I'm not convinced, but for the sake of science, we should try it. Like early game, I would just prefer to use my mana on like developing my mana base rather than making construct tokens. Like when things are going well and you do have a Reclaimer that manages to live, like then your mana is just best spent like activating Reclaimer. Yeah, it's another, you can do the Thespian Sage trick and then change it back to something else afterwards. That kind of feels like the whole Reclaimer to sack it thing to me though. Like, I feel like you can't get that to work all that often. Works in theory, but I don't think it'll come up. That's definitely like a strength of the card. We were definitely going to have a Dark Depths plan in that if we have like the stages with it. Man, Dark Depths, it's definitely shown its worth in this list the last couple days. Like some entire weekends I just never make a 20/20. And other times it comes up pretty big. I don't know if I'd call it the MVP card of the weekend as a whole, but it definitely had its moments. Yeah, this card has been awesome. It's tempting to run a second one, but I don't know, I feel like I can access the single copy whenever I need it pretty easily already. Plus, the deck worked fine like before this card, so I don't know if it's worth the possibility of legend ruling yourself to have a second one. As crazy good as it is, not sure. Hex Parasite, I have to read this one again. I vaguely remember what it does. It like removes counters, right, from things. Just to like keep the token making ability indefinitely. Just never let it get to 3. I mean, these are all great ideas, but is it better than just ramping and winning the game? That I'm not sure about. Yeah, the card's awesome, but I just think it doesn't fit in this deck. We do have 1-drop artifacts, but it's not about these really. Basic Bover, appreciate the Prime subscription. Love it. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying the stream. It's been fun these last couple of weeks. Winning was fun last weekend. And this has been a solid, like, it's not going to be a top 8 in either of these, but it's been solid the last couple of days. Been happy with the deck, happy with the meta. Definitely look forward to continuing to brew. When I know there's people that have such an interest in it, it makes me want to keep doing this. I kind of took a hiatus from streaming, or I just did it a lot less frequently the past couple months. It's not gonna lie, sometimes it's nice to not stream, but play still. But yeah, I do enjoy the streaming aspect though, too. I think a break was definitely what I needed. Nice, yeah. I'll definitely think something up. Something to incorporate Urza Saga the best I can. Yeah, it's mostly if I want green or not. Green or colorless. I was also thinking of using like an established colorless list that's already out there and just replacing like chalices, those kind of cards, with 1-drops. I don't know, it might have some potential. As much as Saga could potentially have in the Cloudpost deck. I can, yeah, I'll prepare a stream for like just that. Maybe next weekend. Maybe tomorrow if I think about it in time. Okay, this will be the final match today, so let's try and just finish strong here. Mulligan easily. Is this enough to go off of? And I'm on the draw, so this is probably okay. Put back Emrakul. Yeah, let's take a chance on it. You want to find our forest. Play a turn 1 Needle. Turn 2 for Reclaimer. But we can change up plans if something better comes up. Yeah, say we draw either Cloudpost or Forest on our draw next turn, and then we find the opposite of those two cards off Once Upon a Time. Then I probably would just prefer to save the Green Sun for a prime time. Alright, there's Reclaimer. Come on, green source. I guess they have the green source here. Yeah, let's take our own one. If I get wastelanded here, yeah, let's make use of theirs. I'd rather keep my Yavimaya back at that point. If I don't get wastelanded this next turn, then I might play Needle and then hold up Crop Rot the turn after. Just please don't wasteland us, is the end result that I would most like. Knight would be pretty bad here. There he is. Alright. I think we, yeah, just definitely want to get the Needle down this turn. More than anything. And I'll probably Crop Rot maybe the stage for a Cloudpost. Give me the best. I don't know, let's just play the Needle. That's for certain. It might, like, if I get a Cloudpost, that gives me the best possible like outcome next turn if I draw another Locust land. But if I get a Glimmerpost off the Crop Rot, I could at least protect myself from like a Depths kill for a turn, which might be relevant. I could have... Maybe I misplayed by playing that Needle, the more I think about it. I could have kept both lands untapped, and then end step, Crop Rot for Glimmerpost, and then Reclaimer the other one for a Cloudpost, which would have then allowed me to play and activate Map next turn. I guess I can keep the Crop Rot around and this doing this way. Don't remember exactly. I'll look at it later. And that would break them out of both of these permanents and answer both of them. But it would take like quite a bit of time and mana for them to do that, at least. Oh, I think this is not the same kind of list. This is like a Cloudpost list. Alright, we'll just look it up while they're in the tank. This is Now let's go back to Goldfish. Two Gs. There was a time when Green Cloudpost was the third most played deck, but they just grouped the colorless list together with it. It wasn't actually just green. Yeah, this looks like the list. Knight of the Reliquary. Yeah, I know Tagoras played a list, so this is it. Like, this particular list doesn't have Blast Zone. Yeah, I don't think they probably would play it. I think it's too slow in most cases. Okay. Well, I'm glad to have the Crop Rot now. This is still gonna hurt, but should get something useful here then. Probably just and Cloudpost will force their hand immediately. I'm gonna lose this. Yeah, I have 2 exposed lands regardless, or at least one that they can waste on a second time. Yeah, I think it's just Cloudpost here. And save more relevant lands back in the deck for later. I feel like this should tax their own lands pretty heavily after a few times. Yeah, I don't think they planned for that crop rotation there. That's good at least. I don't know about the Thran Foundry. I think it's just to add like a critical mass of artifacts to the board. Pressure like life totals. If I were to guess. I'm glad they didn't wasteland that last turn. So they're probably going to activate this end of turn. If they get rid of their Yavimaya, I might get rid of my own as well. And that way, they'll be out of forest, technically, for the time. Yeah, we'll see what they do. Really wanted to land that turn, that draw step. Alright, what's the out here? They'll be down 2 lands after this. So I'm probably getting rid of my Yavimaya no matter what happens. And if they want to wasteland me, then they'll at least be out of the lands. I might get a Glimmerpost here. And be able to at least survive this. I also could get a second Cloudpost, and then that gives me the most possible options next turn, as far as like the map goes. Yeah, I feel like I should make a move here. I think it's Glimmerpost. Yeah, I also need to just get rid of the whatchamacallit, the Yavimaya. Try and take away their potential forests. Maybe that doesn't even matter here. Oh, just please let me untap again. Let's see, chump blocking here a turn. It might have been a mistake to get rid of Yavimaya, thinking back on it now. Like, now I can't crop rotation if I want to. Oh, okay, I got an idea. We're going to use the alternate endurance cost here. And chump with our Reclaimer. Hopefully it comes to that. And use the map to get a Karakas, and then bounce this. That's our out. That's annoying. Now I think we just need to draw Karakas. It's early out. Karakas or Glacial Chasm, I guess. That's an out too, I guess. How many wastelands? 1, 2, one more wasteland still? Jeez. The never-ending lands. Maybe they're out of forests at least. That'd be nice. Oh, man, it's bad. Yeah. I should swing with both. Definitely gonna endurance here. And then just take the 2, probably. Yeah, just take the hit from the knight now that I know it can only do 2 damage to me. Bounce that. And that bog was surprisingly a pretty good land drop, despite not being a forest. This isn't even like super great anyways. Like they have 3 wastelands left, but this game's gonna probably be decided in the next couple turns anyway. It's just need them to not get a forest at this point. Come on, Karakas off the top. Alright, now I think we can't win at all. Yeah, thinking back on it, I shouldn't have gotten rid of my Yavimaya. I think they missed a land drop for a turn, and that should have been like my cue to not get rid of it then. Don't want all the endurance. Yeah, I don't know if endurance even does enough for me in the matchup. Or it doesn't, like... I used to have surgicals here in place of these. Would definitely prefer surgicals against Knight. And I know they run like an excavator to green sun for, so... Yeah, what's the plan here? I probably will bring the Force of Vigor in just to try and hit like Mox Diamonds. I don't know how much I want endurance, if I want it at all. I'll cut one of the big things here. What if we just cut the maps and then go have the endurances? These things can jump block at least, and I guess they shrink the knights at least for the time being. Maybe we could play to like a safe game and just try and find basics and just use like unimpressive creatures to hold them off long enough. That's interesting. I'll try 61. It's fine. Yeah, I think, yeah, let's get Reclaimer down here. Should be the best thing. If they, like, swords it, prismatic ending, search up a second one. I'm fine trying to rely on Reclaimers a little bit here. Yeah, if they, like, play, like, a library here. Oh, man, Force of Vigor, please. Be so nice. At least we keep our Reclaimer. That's not bad either. I expect a Knight of the Reliquary this turn. I'm hoping I can, like, buy enough time to get to this Green Sun for a prime time. Need another land drop. This crop rot might could help get me there potentially. Knight of the Reliquary. Yeah, it's, I think Cloudpost here. Yeah, I'm really banking on this crop rotation being like the key card in this game. Either try and bait them into wastelanding. Like, I'm gonna find another Cloudpost no matter what happens. I was kind of hoping they'd play out a Yavimaya for us. Make things a little easier next turn, potentially. That's not bad. What will you do? Alright. This is risky, but we're going for it. Okay, what lands now? I think we're fine if they make the 2020 here, because we can shrink in Night with Endurance. Let's see. Kind of thinking Glimmerpost, Tabernacle, which might sound crazy, but I think that just like gets us to the winning spot. Just tax them. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with that. Could like sit and think about this probably for hours, but let's just see where this leads us. I was thinking Chasm as well, and just to get rid of this Yavimaya, but yeah, I still think we survive here at the very least. Okay, expect them to make it now. See if they swing with this Knight. I think they will. I'll shrink their graveyard, and then hopefully block the Knight. Their mana should be taxed, so they can't, like, swords it. Maybe they will have one mana. We'll see. I feel like they can, yeah, they can get a fetch land and deal 25 potentially. Yeah, we'll see. Shall see. Uh-oh, that's bad. I'm still going to do the same thing that I was planning. Not that land, damn it. Dried Arbor, okay. This is game 2. We lost game 1. Seems decent for us. I'm at least glad they did this now. This is my graveyard. No, there's a little... Alright, I'm gonna take my time to think about this. Alright, just explain stuff that what I hope to do here. I want to try and tax their lands as much as possible. I think I start with a Karakas bounce attempt on this Merit Lage. They'll sack a land. They'll have 1 land left at that point. Oh, another thing, I want to like somehow get... Maybe I shouldn't even bother with Tabernacle at this point. I feel like we're just close to like overcoming them and like just being safe once that is done with. But to do that, I would need to Endurance back my graveyard. And then I also would have to get it off the Prime Time, which means the Prime Time would have to wait to attack after I play the Endurance. If I probably don't have enough mana to do all this. Okay, what if I attempt to bounce? Maybe the bounce is the first thing that should happen. I can double up on chasms, and then I just lose to like double wastelands at the same time. I have to get a Vesuva after a chasm, which has to happen after Primeval Titan attacks. This thing also can just chump the Merit Lage for a turn, which is also a relevant part. Yeah, I kind of want to try for this Tabernacle thing. See if it's worth it. But I think the first thing I should do is Karakas bounce. Because that way when I do Endurance... get their Merit Lage. They just have to sacrifice a land to do that. Oh yeah, wait till they sacrifice this thing maybe. Yeah. Let's see, they'll pay for... I expect them to pay for their Safekeeper, their Knight, and probably Reclaimer. But I kind of want to get this Endurance down as a means of like chumping. And that does play well with like this whole Tabernacle thing. If like if we survive this next turn, then I think we're good after that. I think. No like promises with that. But we also have our own Reclaimer activation to get something to like save us. So if I attack with Prime Time, get Locust lands because I need mana. Say I get 2 posts. Then I can cast Endurance off these 2. And then I need 3 posts essentially to activate Reclaimer and Endurance. This is a land too. Oh yeah, okay. This is a land also. Maybe I could just like swing with Prime Time, gain a shitload of life, and get another Prime Time, gain even more life, and maybe that's good enough too. Okay, I attack with this. How much do I have to gain here? I gain 8, go to 14. Gain. I don't know, I feel like I need this endurance is part of something to chump this. But that's only a really good plan if... maybe I'm just overvaluing Tabernacle for this. But I kind of like just taxing the hell out of it. It also prevents us from getting swords. But maybe that's fine too, because it's just all about life total. What if I... Yeah, as long as the Safekeeper is around, Karakas won't work for that. And I'd like to shrink this Knight, I believe. No, Knight's not attacking anyway. God. Alright, what if I get Locust Land, Chasm? That gives me enough to get Reclaimer and cast Endurance. Then I get Tabernacle off that. Yeah, I can get 2 Prime Times this turn also if I really want a ton of life. Yeah, we gain 8 and then 12, so 20 more life, 26. I can't cast this Endurance though. And then this Knight, I guess I could chump with it. Maybe that sets me up better for just winning afterwards too. Attack with this, get 2 Glimmers. 2 of the Glimmers are in the graveyard also. Let's see, can I get Cloudpost Glimmer, gain 4, go to 10. Glimmer, go to 22. It's probably too risky. Alright, let's... Am I bad, everyone? Just thinking a lot about this. I think you just get all Glimmerposts here. Or Cloudpost, Glimmer. Do I have enough to activate Reclaimer in response to that too? I think that's dangerous though, because then I can't block Knight. Okay. I'd like to get Cloudpost Glimmer, play second Prime Time. Alright. Yeah, let's just get a shitload of life. And we'll do... I guess I can activate Reclaimer in response to, or before the Green Sun post-combat. And get all the mana I need that way. And if I do this, I'm not going to bother with like the Karakas stuff. Alright, let's try it. Maybe this Endurance comes in next turn to like live a turn. Alright, get Cloudpost first. We want to get life as late as possible. And there's only 3 Glimmerposts anyway left. I guess I can force... If I get Chasm, I can force the... Yeah. Wasteland on that, I guess. Force the Knight to tap. Yeah. Probably get rid of this Yavimaya. I'll get the green that way. And then sack that for another Cloudpost. Let's order this all properly. At 5. This does take me off of casting Endurance next turn, though, but... And I guess if I draw a green card then, I can just evoke it. And I guess they're activating Knight regardless. Man. I'm just saying fuck the Karakas at this point. Because I want all my Locust lands, and I do want the green mana later, and they can activate Knight already, so... I'm pretty short on time as well. I thought I had way more time than I actually do. I should have gotten 2 Cloudposts before, whatever. Just all the life, more life. I have to jump this Knight now, but I guess I can't Wasteland then, so I win the turn after. Please don't answer this prime time. I die if you do. Yeah, like if I find a swords 30, yeah, then I'm just dead. God, please don't find swords. That's why I kind of wanted the Tabernacle thing. Take away their answers. But this does seem to just get us to winning if it works. Sajiri step? Yeah, now I see that. I'll make them see it then. Oh well. I would have to jump with my prime time. Yeah, I should have went for my Tabernacle Madness line. Now they just make Knight. Oh, yeah. Endurance, I wanted you to save me. Alright. Hard throw. Yeah, if you could figure it out faster, I would like to hear it, but nobody will ever do that, so... I think that's fine. It's a risk. Oh, you didn't see the obvious. They get the 5 lands in this order line. It's fine. It was a good last match. Yeah, you can think about it for a really long time. Don't have infinite time. Yeah, if I had gotten the Tabernacle, that would take away just the mana to do stuff, and also shrink the Knight to make it just essentially less lethal in that way, too. There's probably a line, but... Yeah, it's... If you had hours to study it, you could probably figure it out. I should have just... Yeah, I should have went with the Tabernacle thing. That's what my gut says. To do that, it would have required playing the Endurance before attacking with Prime Time. And then to get the Tabernacle back in our own, Oh, then it wouldn't, like, if on... Yeah, okay, maybe that was just wrong. Maybe it should have involved Glacial Chasm instead, and just doubled up on, like, chasms. Yeah. Well, that's... At least that was a good example of, like, the puzzles that this deck has. Kind of pissed that myself that I didn't figure that out at the end, but... Yeah, that is what it is. Gotten Ramunap. They had access to at least one wasteland because of the night. So, if I couldn't answer their graveyard... Yeah, maybe I should have forced the night activation in the end of that. Well, if you're interested, you can look it over. Leave a comment on my YouTube channel on this video where it's going to be posted. Try not to... That was a shitty way to end it, not gonna lie, but... We also needed to play quickly. If we were going to win that, we'd have to play really quickly at Game 3. Oh, and again, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to stream probably a league or two tomorrow afternoon. But, yeah, other than that last game, it was a good stream. 4-3. The result could have been better, but... Yeah, I enjoyed the list. Try and get some more reps in tomorrow. Yeah, here's the list if you... Yeah, definitely follow on Twitter. Follow... subscribe to YouTube. And then also be sure to check out my Twitch every Sunday. Usually Saturdays and Mondays as well. I wonder if Achilles is going to keep streaming much longer. I know they're in this challenge. Oh, anyways. Yeah, hope to see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to probably just run this list back then. But yeah, have a happy Father's Day. Good rest of your Sunday. Thanks a lot.